mic's doing okay. It's funny because the other day I noticed the gain was turned all the way up, and I do not recall turning the gain up, and I think that could have been the problem. Not totally sure. Either way, I figured it out when I went to go record my latest cover that I'm working on. Any guesses? Yeah, if you were on the last stream, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So far, I just have like a couple really good one, and then I thought I would do my classic, blah blah blah. But I decided the strings are like too beautiful. So now I'm looking for someone who plays stringed instruments, if they'd be willing to basically learn a song for me. So anyway, let's roll some ads and see if anybody wants to shuffle through in 3 minutes to come see what we're about to do tonight. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I sometimes just sit here and zone out and forget that that's running it all. So, today's agenda, we want to talk about dreams. Promised the good folks over on my Twitch channel that we would discuss dreams. I don't really know what that entails necessarily. It's a very broad and expansive subject, to say the least, because dreams, right? So that could literally mean anything. I think we would talk a bit about dream interpretation, which isn't necessarily a strong suit of mine, but we would also discuss things like astral planes or astral projections, especially in reference to dreams or what have different realms, different types of dreams, different types of sleep. Stuff that we've definitely gone over on this channel before, but it was a bit of, it was more or less requested on my last stream to talk about dreams on this one, the next one, 2 days later. But before we get into that, we'll let people shuffle in if they will. And I made this angel number cardboard. This one's so light. I used crayon, and they're metallic crayons, and you can see them very clearly in real life. But when I go to hold it up to y'all, it just doesn't look like I did much to it. But it's gonna go so far up here, I don't think you'll be able to even see the bottom of it. So I guess it's all good. I just gonna show you in the back. It says "I care and always will." Yeah, it's not necessarily my least favorite. I wanted to do something different than like what I'd been doing. Well, they're all different. I look at them and I'm like, okay, I see no distinct pattern in color or style or anything other than I have done the green blobs before and I used a different medium, so it's funny I did it twice and I did it for 555. So that's funny. You see it right here. And then I did that's like the only thing that's the same in any two of my angel numbers, I think. So I tried to do something different. I didn't really, apparently. Thank you. The bubble letters are cute. Um, Again, I wanted to do something different. I feel like all of them are very angular. Um, yeah, I wanted it to be a little bit softer. I feel like even though all number sequences are considered angel numbers, I feel like 444 is the number of angels. I feel like 1111 is sort of like the most popular one. And so it's like the most associated with angel numbers, but I feel like it has its own life outside of angel numbers. You know, like even people who aren't spiritual have always kind of participated in 1111 make a wish, right? So um I just feel like 444 for some reason gives me the vibe of angels. Like it's the angel number, the angel's number, if that makes sense. If you will. um That's just how I feel about it. The most holy and fine. Because they'll tell you in many Christian religions that it's Trinity, right? When really it's a quad. Yeah, how the fuck did these Christian religions seriously have the audacity to leave Mary out of the main squad? Like, that's fucked up. She literally carried and birthed the child of God unwillingly, unquestioningly, but she doesn't even get to be represented in like the top four. You're fucking joking. It's not a fucking trinity, it's a quad. Like, duh. And I think that's why 444 feels like the holy number because it's sequences of four, you know? Um, but yeah, the father and not the mother. I call bullshit. It is bullshit. So don't let them fool you. I'm gonna hang this up. Then you guys will never really see it again unless I take a full picture of the wall as it's going. Ooh, this isn't where I was gonna put it. I don't know where to put it. That would be kind of perfect instead of like right here. Seems kind of weird almost. Got kind of a good thing going. Another orange. Maybe I'm not done with my album art, even though the album didn't go over very well and I never technically finished it. Maybe that's just it. Sorry. Why did I don't know why I did that, you guys. I'm sorry. It was probably so loud. And it was even unnecessary. Waking up in this reality when I wanna stay inside my dream. Oh, wake up. Yeah, I know. I mean, I can see what you see. It's like you either get to see that fucking wall or you get to see me, I guess. And I chose myself because it felt like that's really going on. I have too much stuff everywhere. I got excited and kind of started getting into a bunch of things. Like I started painting again, and now I just have a spot for my paints that just sits out instead of keeping it where it belongs. And I'm a very organized person. So as much as I'll get messy and get creative and want my fucking unfinished projects floating around me at all times, it actually just starts to fucking piss me off after even a few days of it. Quite frankly, I'm like, all right, now things are falling over. I can no longer, you know? So that does frustrate me. And love the whiteboard experience. That was a move on the last stream. I really enjoyed that a lot. Where do I store my keyboard? Do I store my keyboard? I don't know. It's up here. This is what fell. Sorry, y'all. Deal with me or, do something else. Deal with my antics or do something else. Deal with the fact that this is my channel or do something else. You know, it's a vibe. Didn't think this was going to be an issue, but then when I got up to do the 444 thing, it became an issue. Hence why I'm handling it now. I didn't handle it before the stream. But much better. Finding places for things. I'm a little obsessive. Apparently, I'm cleaner and more organized than Marie Kondo herself, as she recently admitted. She kind of gave up the lifestyle, and personally, I have decided to give up the thought of ever having children, and therefore, I'm always kind of in order, organized, clean, and ready to bring joy or whatever the fuck she said. Anyways, I'm sorry. I need to move my mic and then I'm going to introduce my new deck, or at least talk about it a little bit, and then maybe we'll start a bit of a discussion. I'm gonna roll some ads so that we don't get the noise from the mic moving around, and so that we get, maybe we'll get to our full hour of adless streaming. So I'll be right back. Okie dokie, I'm back. It felt like a really long 3 minutes, don't you think? Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Um, I feel like I had a really good day despite all of my uterus's dysphoric attempts to want to kill me. Successfully avoided doing so or even feeling so, surprisingly enough. Okay, race them. We're just chatting. We're just fucking chatting. What's going on? It's nice to see you so early. Or is it because I start later now? Not meaning to lately. I just have been I'm like, okay, it's time. And then I'm like, all right, I'm ready. And an hour goes by of me sitting here, like, doing my social posts and picking my titles and like, well, usually you come in at the end of my streams. Like you're like always at the end and you're like, "Hey, glad to finally catch you." And I'm like, "Hey, I'm leaving." But lately it feels like you've been more present during more of it, but I have been starting like an hour later than I usually do. So it's like we're kind of catching we're getting on the same schedule. Zabooey. I'm sorry, I just like totally made that up. Zabooey. I was thinking about Shibuya and Zabumafu and Zabu Ninja, and it just Zabooey came out. I don't know. Zabuya, yeah, yeah, Zabuya. This is my favorite cup of all time, by the way. This really nice Virgo that I'm friends with was working at a Big once, and this cup was 24 fucking 99. She bought it for me as a gift, which was like at the time and kind of still is like it was one of the most thoughtful, nicest gifts because I was gonna buy it myself, and she was just like, "It's for you," and I was like, "Wow." Still going strong. That was that was 5 years ago. It's the best cup I've ever had. They do not sponsor me. I don't think Big B sells them anymore, but it is Silly Pint brand, like SILI, is in silicone. Look at this. Pop pop. Yeah, you do fucking want it. Don't lie to me. And it's tie dye. And check this out, people. It's got a straw hole, okay? A straw hole for when you want fucking cold drinks, and right, a hot hole, but you can fucking close it. Not very good with one finger. You can close it to prevent spills, even though the lid is practically fucking airtight. Why am I trying to sell you this cup? I'm actually not, because I don't think you can buy it. I think only wholesale distributors can buy this cup. So I'm actually just bragging and making you jealous. Hmm. I know I'm kind of I can be any consolation. Okay. Hey, who's the problem? Why is anybody the problem? Okay, it's nice to catch you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, I think I also try to help people sort through their racing thoughts because I know how that goes, and I've definitely there's just different times of my month where I have either like inconsequential, random ping pong, not even ping pong because that would suggest that the thoughts go back and forth. It's more like pinball, okay, where it's just random and it just there and then it's there and then there's another one and then there's two and then there's three and then there's another one and then that one goes in, but that one comes out and you, you know, more like pinball. But then there's sometimes it's just like nothing but vibes in there, no thoughts, just ocean man kind of energy. And then sometimes it's obsessive thinking. It's been a while since I feel like I've been in a spiral of like obsessive thinking though. So something I'm doing is right. Why are you saying you're the problem, by the way? Okay, okay, I get it. I didn't get it, but now it's making sense. Where I'm like, why do you think you're a problem? And you're like, no, I'm not. Taylor Swift is. Yeah, seems like it. No, I'm kidding. I just don't listen to her music. When I was bragging about my cup, I got it wet, and when it's cold for some reason and wet, it's just like the lid doesn't stay on. Instant karma for admitting that you guys couldn't even get this cup that I'm not sponsored to fucking share with you. And I was simply just being an asshole, and that's instant karma. Because now I'm probably spilling myself. I feel you. Listen, bro, let's just talk about it, okay? I do what I do, all right? And I can accept that, like, no one, no matter how good they are, is ever gonna have a 100% accuracy rate. But I don't know. I don't know. You know what's sending my ego this week? It's not even ego, it's confidence. And there's a huge difference between confidence and ego. If my ego was driving, then we would have run people over by now and been like, you can't fucking lie to me. I know what the fuck's going on. You know, but instead, I'm trying to be led by intuition and understand, like, okay, it doesn't have to be completely accurate, but what's building my confidence was the great pizza incident of last week on the stream when I was like, hey, somebody, I don't think this was a craving, but I just had a taste in my mouth, not a taste for, but a taste in my mouth of somebody eating pizza, maybe cold pizza with fucking marinara on it. That sounds so good right now. And my friend was like, yo, I'm eating cold Jets pizza right now with the marinara sauce, and it does taste as good as you described. So that's giving me a lot of confidence this week of like, okay. So as much as I feel like I'm dealing with drama that seems like it's in my mind, I think I'm actually just dealing with people who like gaslight, manipulate, lie, and lurk in the shadows is what it really is. And it's like, of course, if you confront it, they're going to deny it. And of course, if you try to like address it, it's going to make you look crazy. Like, yes, of course, that's where I'm fucking at right now. Where it's like, am I making this up? No, probably not. It's like if you're feeling like it's there and you can't keep it off your mind, then like it's probably, yeah, it probably exists. Like it probably exists. And that's where I've had to come to, where I've been trying to curb my thoughts. Like I said, it's been a minute since I've had like obsessive thoughts, maybe even months. I don't know. I'm literally trying to remember the last thing I obsessed about that wasn't a song. I feel like that's been put in place for a lot of my like obsessive thoughts lately. It's just a song. Like for the past 2 or 3 days, it's been obvious what it is. I don't even want to say it because I know it now. I fucking recorded my first cuts of the cover I want to do, and then I realized like even though I have fun and enjoy my yeah, I enjoy my fake instrumentations and vocalized solos or whatever. Like I like the way I make music, but that song, I just don't think I could do it justice. I want someone to play strings for me. So if you play violin or bass, like this kind, or I can't even name any other string, viola, I don't care. A stringed instrument. What are they called? It's not like woodwind is the piece, but string is different than like guitar is string. You play violin for real? Like, are you good, or you like played in school, or you like just like, oh, I was playing yesterday? Like, do you play? Do you want to learn a song? I, I want to cover this song, and I really want someone to play strings. It's a Bob Dylan song, but he wrote it and then Nico recorded it in 1968, and he didn't put out his demo until like 1986 or something. I don't remember. Um, sorry, I totally zoned out. Oh my god, that's what I do. Except I sing it, right? So I'm always like I'm trying to learn songs where I'm like learning the instrument parts, but by singing along to it. It started, I think, as being a Rush fan. Because when you first get in Rush and you learn YYZ, what are you gonna do? You know, it's that's like, yeah. So okay, I am getting you a link to the song, and then what I'm gonna do is roll 3 more minutes of ads because we're at 40 minutes of uninterrupted. Ooh, sax sounds cool. Listen, I fucking would love to collaborate with people who actually play instruments when it comes to making music. I just like can't pay people, so I don't ask anyone. Um, this song really only requires like a violin, but like I'm down to fucking clown all the time, bro, for anything. And I am very slow to like finish originals because it's much harder to interpret a song into a vocalization of something that is imitating an instrument piece that was never written. What? Did that even make sense? Don't know. Doing covers is way easier that way, but if I ever want to make originals, I can't. Well, listen to that song, see if you can play it on the violin, and then get back to me, okay? And just record it on a violin. We'll sync it up. Done. I'll do it. I just need you to send me a track that's literally 3 minutes, 22 seconds. And I listen to it while I sing it. It's already done. And then I put yours on, sync them. It's how I make music, is really backwards. So listen to it. We'll take 3 minutes right now. We'll all listen to this song together. It's gonna be beautiful, by the way. If you don't already know it, it's fucking beautiful. It might make you cry. And then next week we'll have a cover. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how long it takes you to learn a song. I don't know if you're going to. I don't know. Gotta go. All right, I'm done dorking around. Yeah, sorry. I was like, damn, it's only 3 minutes and 20 seconds. How did I not play it fast enough? Um, when I started my ad to have gone over by like an entire fucking minute, you know. Anyways, what's going on? Yeah, are we making a are we gonna have a fucking Twitch band? Dom already sent me some beats. I think Dom's mad at me though. I think I go a little too hard on people sometimes. And when they're like newish, they don't get it always. I confuse the fuck out of my family sometimes. I swear to God, if you don't know what's going on in my life, listen, nobody fucking does. Literally, nobody does. A lot of the time, I don't even know. Hence, the conversation about drama that we were just having is like, there's things going on in my life that I have no idea about. And I'm like getting a little bit like, you guys realize that I know that there's something going on, even if I don't know what the fuck it is or why or for what. I know it's there, and like there's nothing you can do about it. But at the same time, it's like, can you at least think less? I can hear your thoughts, bro. It just really just isn't. Um, and not just anybody. I can't just like walk up. Sometimes I don't know how mind reading works. I try to explain to someone that like reading someone's thoughts and reading someone's mind are like two totally different practices. So I feel like reading someone's thoughts is more challenging and more based on like the individual connection, whereas reading someone's mind is like um it's like it's like the thoughts are your consciousness putting something together to put forward for you or constructed by you, right? And the mind is more the subconscious territory that we exist in rather than exist for us. So I feel like to read someone's thoughts, it's been known to happen. Like it definitely there are people who can read thoughts and they'll know exactly like what number you're thinking or the color you picked, whatever. That's like called mind reading, but that's really like reading someone's thoughts. Um, and I feel like maybe I've done too many psychedelics, but I feel like sometimes if you have this certain kind of connection with someone, it could be very romantic, it could be chemical induced, it could be spiritual, I guess, where there's definitely been instances in which people feel they can have entire conversations without speaking. I think once again, that would be reading thoughts, right? I never said I could read thoughts. You're missing the point. I'm a mind reader. I'm not a thought reader. Right? Like um if you're presenting a thought, I'm 3 or 7, maybe 10 because I said 3 and 7. Maybe 307 3,710. That's my final answer. I don't know. Oh, okay. So I was kind of on the right track. You were thinking 3, and then I said no, so you switched to 7 just to see if you could switch it up, and then you're like, "They're both obvious numbers. Those are, like, the 2 most popular numbers. I should just go with 5." I don't know. This is your whole thought process? Hmm. Yeah, I wasn't saying that to say I could read thoughts anyways. I more read minds because how else, would I be able to tap into what oh, yeah, see, 3 plus 5 is 8. I knew I was on the road to somewhere. I was like, "Oh, 3 and 7 is 10." Maybe it was a 5, and it's like 3 and 5 would have got me the right answer, but I just did the math wrong. Um, because I'm not a thought reader. I actually think it's way more personal to invade someone's thoughts and try to know what they're thinking. It actually is something that always made me uncomfortable. I always felt like people could read my thoughts, which definitely ties more into the sufferings of paranoid madness and overall delusion. But in my line of work, can be very unsettling because, of course, if you were to even think rather than a human reading your mind, even an entity kind of listening in, it's just overwhelming. I don't like it. So when I say that I read people's minds, it's like I'll see inside, I'll see their thoughts more than hear their thoughts. Some people try to talk to me Or I hear certain things where it's like, are you reading? Are you feeding me lines? Or are you actually thinking this? It's crazy. I don't want to get into it because it seems very off topic, irrelevant. Um, but it's intense. Yes, 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 yes. And that's why it comes up in cards, and that's why you could be suppressing the thought, and it still comes out where it's like, damn, that has been on my mind, but the back burner or not in the forefront, whatever you want to say. So yes, I'm more of a mind reader, not a thought reader. I think I wouldn't even want to read people's thoughts. Like I have a lot of shitty thoughts. Like it's like subliminal messaging for sure. But like unconscious tuning, like the way we're programmed our whole lives to be thinking a certain way or conditioned to believe certain things where like no matter who you are, you might still have a negative thought that you've been conditioned to believe pass through your mind. But if you do the work and you try to decolonize or deprogram or reprogram, you can have a passing thought and say, hey, where did that come from? That's out. I don't like it. I don't know where that came from. It needs to stop. It ends right here, right now, you know? Right. Yeah, exactly. It is about a different perspective a lot of the time. Some people, I think, there's like there's people who are looking for answers to their answers or solutions to their problems, and then there's people who just need to know something, you know. So I think like a lot of people come for the second opinion, other perspective, seeing it through someone else's point of view. But I think some people just have nothing and no idea, like the most. That's how I always fucking go in, or have always gone into tarot readings. Is like whatever, like just whatever, like um, just kind of thoughtless, ironic. Just sitting down, not having anything specific on my mind, and just seeing what comes up. And it's interesting how the same thing has come up repeatedly every time I do tarot for like years, and now it's like another thing that keeps coming up. And it's just like, damn, is it all a ploy or is this just a really long process? I almost don't even care which one anymore. But anyway, speaking of all these really cool things that we do over here, yes, we learned to play it on violin. Isn't it so beautiful? Listen, do you know anything about Nico? Because the fact that she would sing that song, it's so tragic. What happened to her in her whole life was just tragedy from the start. Like literally from the time she was born, because she was born like I think a month after. I don't want guitar. I mean, thanks, but no. I'm like, no, fucking don't. Just fine. You don't need to play it on guitar. Bob Dylan did it already. It's not as cool. Listening to his demo after hearing the Nico version is like, yeah, bro, you should have probably never even fucking did your own version. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Bobby. Um, you just shouldn't have. Take one piano demo 1985. Like, okay, it was released in 1985. But at that point, why even release it when Nikos came out in 1968? I just don't get it. Oh, studio outtake from 1963. Yeah, I don't know. I just would have kept it to myself personally. Yeah, recorded January 27th. Ironic that it was like not that long ago. 1966, released March 26th, 1991. Like why? And he wrote it so that Judy Collins could sing it and release it as a single, which she did in 1965. It's just like weird. It's like just let it go. They both I want to hear that version. Um I didn't even know it wasn't a Velvet Underground song until like this past week. So and then I was like, "Oh, let me hear that." I don't mind Bob Dylan. Like I've always liked Bob Dylan. I feel like the older he gets, the less I care. It's almost like the more of his music I listen to, the less I care. Um, and it's in the least offensive, pitted way possible, the more I listen to Leonard Cohen, the less I care. And I've always liked both, but I've always been more into Leonard Cohen. And I feel like in the last year or two, I've been listening to more Bob Dylan. And then in the past month or two, I'm like back on my Leonard Cohen shit. And it's like, yeah, this is so much fucking better. Again, comparing people's bad, even if it's not women, like that's still shitty. But I don't know. If I'm gonna listen to that kind of thing, like I don't know. It's just probably gonna, yeah. So that's. I haven't listened to Judy Collins' version though. Couldn't really get through Bob Dylan. Anyway, it's a great song. It's a great song. I listened to it like 100 times. Yeah, I should. I wish YouTube would keep count for me. I listened to it probably at least 100 times in like 2 or 3 days, and until I went to like actually record it and made sure that I was reading along in case I messed anything up was when I actually like learned the song. Like no matter how much I listened to it and sang it over and over and over again, I would just mess up the lyrics every time, even knowing what they were, unless I sang it while looking at it. I think I did it 7 or 8 times, and now I know the song. So it's less annoying because for a while I was just singing the same part over and over again. It does get mad annoying. So would be super cool. Really like that song. I have a new deck, by the way. And it's the Guardian of the Night Tarot. Very cool. It was a gift, so I got it like a week ago. But whenever I am gifted a deck, the first reading has to go to the person who gifted it to me. So I recorded that before I started streaming. That's okay. Now's a great time to start. I never recorded anything ever. Well, that's not true. I record a whole bunch of videos all the time, obviously. I had never recorded music before August of this past year, like this last Leo season. Um, that I like finished and put out. It's not, I shouldn't even call it finished, but music I released to the public in some capacity. Warming up, which is nice. Um, yeah, I always wanted to too, and it's so funny because I do feel like you want to talk about something. We're talking dreams, we're talking intuition, we're talking all this stuff. I feel like it's unfair the way we perceive men and women so differently throughout phases of our lives. And I don't think this isn't like it's not a personal thing for me because I'm experiencing the opposite, but I feel like I just think about the fact that I'm 30. I feel like I'm pretty candid about that. I used to be all jokey about, oh, guess my age. I'm the same age as this album I covered. How old am I? Because I wanted to make people, look it up, look at the album, hear my shit, but whatever. I'm 30, and I feel like it's a crazy time in life because so much changes without you realizing it's changed. And for some people, it doesn't change, and that's even worse. Yeah, yeah. And I get that we're different, but I guess what I'm getting at is that I put out a really shitty punk cover album. First time I'm putting out music, low quality, low effort, 30 years old. And I still feel good about it. Like, I'm still stoked about it. I'm still like, wow, I'm at the beginning of my music career. I don't think you can call anything a career if it doesn't make you money. And there's no way this shit's making me money anytime soon. But also recently, I've been fucking writing and writing and writing songs. I always write songs. I lose songs. I write so many songs because I don't make music and I just think of tunes and I'll write some down or I'll record a clip of an idea, blah, blah, blah. But again, it's very hard to just instrumentation sounds. No, play blah blah blah. We know. That's why I'm building a rain stick. We get it. Okay. But I think about how like, yo, I want to make hip hop too. I do. I want to make hip hop music. I write really well. I write well. I'm a poet, a rhythm, and an ass to throw around. So I it's not that I'm made for hip hop, but I can definitely do it. And I'm embarking on that journey really for the first time at 30. Like I fucked around a little bit with it when I was like 20, 21. I was really angry and I was like, angry poetry is basically rap music. And that was very life changing. And I did it for a while, like a year or two, but again, it was like I'd just write the songs and I'd practice alone, and there would be the occasional party or something where I would spit and people would be like, that was sick, we should get you in the studio. And I'd be like, yeah, bet, and then like leave town, you know? So I never gave it a full shot. I never recorded music. So 10 years later, I still want to. Like, I still want to do that. And then okay, so this is where it comes back to gender. If you lost me and you're like not sure what I'm talking about or why I brought that up, coming back around. I noticed that, thank you. Thank you. I think it's lovely too. And I often think about Two Chains because that man makes goofy fucking music, but he's talented as fuck. He's tall as fuck. He never, as far as I remember, he like never stopped going to college and stuff where he'd take breaks. But that's why he just went back and finished his degree and graduated. I think they gave him his doctorate in music or something because he was a student for a really long time. And that's why he didn't even start making music till he was like 30. Yeah, I figured. I figured. Um, and he got his first hit single at 34 years old. Two Chains. What songs has he even put out? It's not like it was something exceptionally good or meaningful. It was something fun, something hype, something silly that he made in his 30s, bro. So the fact that we just assume people should stop doing these things and stop chasing the dream and stop creating their art when they're 21 years old. Here's my point though, because if someone, I'm glad you say that. I was building up to it. Because someone like Two Chains, who knows how long he actually rapped, just because he got his hit single at 34, just because he, was in school the whole time. Who is to say he hasn't been doing it since he was 16, but it just didn't hit right, wasn't his focus, whatever. I noticed that no one is saying anything to me, at least to my motherfucking face, about me revisiting this era in my life, about me wanting to still rap, about me wanting to make music, about me wanting this to be more important to who I am, right? But guess who always gets made fun of for never giving it up or thinking they'll still make it? Or it's every dude you've ever met. Like, especially if it's rap. You know what I'm saying? And I get that being a woman sets me apart in a sense from from that genre in the industry in general, but also the ladies coming out with fucking hip hop and rap music these days are doing way better than the fellas anyways. Like let's just put that out there. Oh my god, I've always wanted to learn the not always wanted to, but I've always not always. I don't know why I'm saying always. It was always obvious to me that the accordion would be a choice instrument, but I never learned any instruments, and I felt like accordion would be very difficult to learn. And when I was like 6, I was like, yeah, that'd be fucking sweet. And then I was like, damn, that would also be complicated. And then I recently saw one at like an antique shop. It was probably over the summer, but I saw one and was like, damn, yeah, I do need to get into the accordion. I don't know if the is the accordion actually Italian? What's up with that? But my family's Italian American. Like a lot of them were born in Italy, moved here, and I know the culture's a little bit different, right? Like polka is Polish, so the accordion, I don't know, but uh, my cousin on the Italian side had like plays accordion really fucking well, and he would bring it to like all the cookouts and stuff, like the family picnics and the parties and fucking Christmas. There'd be like 50 people in someone's dining room and like a full spread and buffet of like a bunch of Italians running around trying to cook, trying to fucking chase the kids down with animal like goats going by, and this dude just be sitting in a corner fucking playing it, whatever, like crazy. So I feel like if I ever played an instrument, it would 1 theremin, 2 accordion, and I can't and 3 harp. All really, really expensive, complicated instruments to, like, get into. Why would that be my top 3 when I'm like, "Nah, I don't wanna learn guitar. Nah, I'm no longer interested in bass. Nah, drumming's hard. Bring me a theremin, an accordion, and a harp." Makes no sense. Yeah, for sure. I guess I was wondering what its origins were because it feels like a strong cultural tie for me, but I guess with something as simple as an instrument, it's the way you play it, not who plays it, like you're saying. Um, the styles of guitar. Europe in the early 1900s. Fucking sweet. I didn't realize it was such a new instrument. I don't know how it wouldn't be with how many gadgets, I guess. I don't know. That's so fucking cool. Is this Daniel Radcliffe with an accordion? See, yeah, it is. He actually play the accordion? What's going on with that? I don't know. Okay, so anyways, very cool. Very cool. Vaguely European. So anyone who's vaguely European has roots and ties to the accordion. Good for them. Good for us, I guess. Um, nice. Thank you. Thank you. So, like everything else, the Italians took it as their own. Just kidding. I don't even know if they did that. It's just like the one cousin with the family at every family gathering I've ever been to. I don't know if that's a thing that they do. Um, I really like the tarantella. I would really like to be able to play that. I don't even think you really play. You could probably play it on the accordion. I don't think you necessarily have to. Maybe it is. You know, welcome to my channel. We haven't done tarot yet, so if you're just joining in, it's a good time to because we will eventually do tarot. It's just not right now. We've been trying to talk about dreams, but we are definitely discussing dreams as any interpretation. In fact, we were just talking about people who chase their dreams and how it's really unfair that people are as supportive of my dreams, but not as supportive for others who are living the same dream. You know, um, yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I guess if yeah, gotta love it. And I did get a new deck, never before seen on stream. Guardian of the Night. So I do think that this deck is going to be used. The readings are going to be to look into the Akashic records, as well as some dream and something to do with dreams, like dream interpretation, most likely. But it's really whatever comes up, and I feel like each one of my decks more or less has a dual meaning. Um, I guess a couple of them don't, like the Thoth deck, because it's general, doesn't really have two ways of using it. The Thoth deck is general, but also it is the supplemental deck where if I'm out and about and I only have my Thoth deck, I might still be able to do like a channeled reading from anyone. So the Thoth deck is like the universal slash general deck. Um, I guess that is like its secondary um, purpose, and then the cosmic deck of initiation. I guess technically because it's angel messages and inspirational messages, it's like separate because I'm not always channeling angels. Those are the only 2 that don't really have separate meanings, and my sexual magic deck, because I don't use it that often because I don't use it on the channel. Um, but yeah, the rest of them definitely have 2 distinct purposes. So, yeah, the Thoth deck it's forever one of my favorites. I feel bad. It gets put on my back burner a lot because I feel like in a way we get sick of looking at each other. Like, I don't think it's just me. I think it's the cards. I don't really feel that way about any of my decks except the Thoth deck, where I'm just like, ugh, unless I use them too much and I'm exhausting myself, I don't get sick of looking at any of them as much as I feel like their messages will become redundant and can be too heavy to do too often. But the Thoth deck, I literally get sick of looking at that cross. It's not even any of the artwork on the front, it's the back. I get sick of looking at it. I don't like the color scheme. I don't like the design. I don't like anything about it. I've never admitted that out loud until now. But it's true. I don't like the back of that deck. I never have. It's just stuck out to me. It was so odd the first time I saw it, and that's how I ended up with the deck in the first place. But I still just it never grew on me. It just never grew on me. And I think that just goes to show like I really don't like Aleister Crowley. And we can work together and I can still be in a position to use something he created, sure. There's also Frida Kahlo Harris that did the illustrations, right? So they're technically even more her cards than his anyways. Right? Neither here nor there. But yeah, I don't really fuck with him that much. Even though I offer like channeled lessons with him because it's our thing. Like that's the thing is like he knows. And I think it's funny that I'm at this point in my life where the 3D world or the outside world, the human world, you know, um, is just it's questionable at best, I would say. Like there's a lot going on in the world, obviously. There's a lot going on for everybody, clearly. But I feel like I'm in a period of stagnation in a sense. Okay, maybe that's what it is. I don't to me they're not that deep compared to a lot of the readings I do, I think. Um and that's almost my problem with it is like they don't go deep enough, but then they also will cross over into other territories and that's why they're the general deck because sometimes it'll be like this isn't a love reading, but there's clearly a love connection showing up and that kind of thing where for me it's like not the depth but the strength of the reading, I would agree. 'Cause I feel like my Halloween Oracle goes way deeper, or like the mystery deck goes way deeper, and is more intense, but the pull with the Thoth deck is really strong, and I know when not to use it, I think. That's why we agreed for the new year, but something I mean, just talking about it makes me feel like, "Ooh, has it been too long? Should I not wait to the new" like, I still have another month and a half until the new year, so maybe we'll bust it out sometime this week. Um, yeah, so we're just talking about dreams in all regards. Um, damn, I feel like I don't even remember. I don't even remember what the fuck I was saying, and then we talked about the thought deck again. But yeah, I just feel like this is incorporating the Akashic records. I feel like that's something that's come up. Thank you, Crispy Lemon Man. Okay. Hi, Alice. Hi. Is that my Geo? Yeah. No, it is. What's up? It's late. What y'all doing? Crispy. Okay. Okay. It might be. It might be my Geo. Okay. Yeah, yeah, we're all up late. You can't sleep. Ironically, this is the dream stream, so maybe I'm meant to put y'all to sleep. I was actually just discussing how things have been okay. Thank you for the follow. All right. Yeah, what he said. I have plenty of Oracle decks. Please come correct. And for all my first time chatters, please read the fucking rules before you decide to chat. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, I guess you don't have time to be on my fucking stream then, buddy. Peace out. You think you're gonna get a reading that way? Like, what the fuck? That's such weird energy. Hey, you got any Oracle? Hey, you should read my rules. I don't have time. Cool. Go somewhere fast paced then. That's like not our vibe over here. All right. That is just simply not the vibe. What are you talking about? I don't get it. I don't know you. What? What's strong? Your need for something? I'm s- okay, strong isn't always a good thing. With great strength comes great resilience. If you have to have such strong energy, maybe something trying to take it. There's your oracle. Anyways, yeah. So for this past year, what are you fucking with me right now, Geo? Are you joking? What did Spider-Man say? What did Spider-Man say? Did I literally just quote Spider-Man? Because for the past like 2 months, my bio was Beatles lyrics. You think I knew that? I just said something simple. Here, there, everywhere. I don't know. I just needed something random to put there while I wasn't streaming. And then my friend was like, yo, I thought you didn't even like the Beatles that much. And I was like, I'm coming around. Why? Oh, thank you. I was freaking out, bro. I was freaking out. Clearly was freaking out because I was like, no way was that actually Spider-Man that I've been fucking quoting this whole time. No way. Okay. Thank God. Um, that also checks out. Maybe that's where inherently I got it from. I don't know. But it's I always say resilience like this, you know? Yeah. Well, you know what? You haven't broken them yet. So honestly, Crispy, you're doing okay. You know what I mean? Like, don't care. There's pretty much like, I don't know, maybe 5 rules. And the first one is that I don't do personal readings on this channel, that you can request a deck, right? Um, which is why you have any oracle. It's a weird way to say. May I request an oracle deck question mark? Right? And it's like, whoa, relax, buddy. Get to know me first before you try to fuck me up, right? Anyway, right now, just to clarify again, if you are new and still here somehow, because I know it sounds like I'm a fucking roaring bitch, but sometimes you gotta filter through the energy, man. If you can't get through my harsh entrance, you don't get to come into the, exciting vortex experience that becomes once the dust settles again. Okay. Um, Whenever you see the pink box is a chat mode, so you can say whatever, contribute however, and we're just chatting about whatever comes up. If you see the little turquoise box and then the chat's on this side, then you'll know I'm in tarot mode and I won't fuck around and just talk to you. But yeah, like whatever. Yeah, Paul McCartney has always been the best Beatle in my opinion. Even when I didn't like them, I was like, Paul McCartney is clearly the only one worth a shit. Like, he's the one who sings and plays the instruments and writes the songs and actually sounds good doing it. So, yeah, I get it. I don't. I mean, I get that. I'm not. I like him. I think peace and love. It's a good look. I fucks with Ringo, but yeah, I know. I evaded it a long time. I listened to the White Album in high school. Thank you, and I agree. It's like once you get shut up, this is the best chat right now. This is why it's like just stick it out for a minute, man. Don't push me or pressure me to do shit I don't want to do. But once again, y'all, if you want to come back for the tarot, you can always scroll by, and if you notice the chat box change, it'll be tarot time, and that's how you'll know. Um, but okay, I love your energy too because you get me, and it's like so easy to understand, and I appreciate that you recognize that. And I fucking really can't stand Yoko Ono. I can't stand Yoko Ono's art. I shouldn't say I can't stand Yoko Ono. I don't know her. She's like old. Who cares, you know? She seems fine or cool. Her art though, always it's like knowing she's a Pisces, I do feel like she's purposely trying to irritate people, but she knows because she's John Lennon's widow that like no one will ever tell her it sucks. So she just keeps making extremist fucking shit that she has to know is not good. I know my shit's not that good, and it's still better than Yoko Ono's. I'm sorry, am I allowed to say that? Or am I allowed to say that? Have I held up enough to say that? Because it's a not the bar is, like, on the floor. I figured you were joking, but I was like, "Fuck it, we're going all in." I love that. I think it really goes to show how much you like the Beatles, right? Like, that was really the point. And she's kind of what ended them, so thank God. I don't know, I'm just teasing. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what? You mad when I said about you think, like, the Beatles fans are gonna come get me? They're all old, they don't care. What? Like I said, she seems cool. That's what I'm saying, where I think she's trying to be irritating and annoying, but no one will say it, and people just keep giving her a platform, and I think she knows that. Like, I think it's ironic, but I think she's never admitted it's ironic because she's a Pisces. They're like, they live on lies and they're fueled by delusion. So it just seems like that's just kind of the take. Not that she's delusional, but you know what I mean. Like fueling delusion. Being fueled by the delusions they create. Yeah, I hate that stuff though. Who let them? I'll be like, "Ah, look, I'm John Lennon. Let me put my fucking sunglasses on and channel a message and tell you something that there's no way that some random fucking folk who don't like the Beatles would know," which is how I realized, like, it's fine. They'll be like, "Are you literally John Lennon?" And I'll be like, "What do you want to know, mate?" Or whatever. He doesn't even sound like that though. They were $1 at Target, y'all. I try to stay away from capitalism, especially at a full price, but when you're selling them for $1, it's like, okay, did I need these? Not necessarily, but have I used them a lot since I bought them? Yeah. Have I well gotten more than $1 worth out of this? Bro, first of all, if you have like, sorry, I say bro like nondescript. I know you just said don't call you a man. Not really referring to you as a man, just interjecting bro for everyone in the chat. Bros. Um, I'm a bit of a high on. Um, so anyways, yes, he's dead. But he kind of had his voice recorded like so much that he's still very much like we can hear it. Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I try to stick with dude, but it's like that that brrr sound with the big entry. Dude's more casual, and we're just like, dude, instead of like, bro. So it is very much almost onomatopoeia at this point, right? Um, but yeah, so we know what his voice sounds. And that was cute. We know what his voice sounds like through and through, and he talks to me still, so I still hear it. But I admit he's got like a not non-voice. I don't know. I think there was one channel I did with him where I actually was speaking in a British accent, but maybe not. I feel like there were times I slipped into it where I was like, I can hear him. Amen. I think it's like being indirect is what makes it one way or the other. Because if you're singling someone out and calling them bro to their face, and especially if they've mentioned it, or just like any kind of request for any gender preference and you like do it in someone's face, like I would punch someone on the behalf of someone else for that kind of behavior. But because I'm talking to like 9 people, it's like, oh bro, you know, or someone who I know identifies that way, right? But honestly, I feel like when I'm talking to like men, I, I want to know who was. Uh, I usually call them brethren when I speak to them as individuals. Okay, well, I will miss you. Honestly, you've been great. Thanks for chatting with me the whole time. Funny that you're going to sleep when before you wouldn't have even been on my stream yet. So I'm happy for you. It sounds like you're doing the right thing for yourself. So hopefully I'll catch you next time. We didn't really get that into the dream stuff, but that's all right. You can watch the replay. Minute 13, maybe. Have a great night. Sweet dreams. Can interpret them tomorrow. Or something. I don't know. I'm personally, I'm drinking coffee. Y'all can go to bed whenever you need to. I'm gonna be up. Mm, okay. I feel like I don't know who that is necessarily. Sounds like someone who would be in something like Red Hot Chili Peppers or whatever. Pantera. Okay, so way off on my end. Okay, that's cool. It's cool. Not really into that kind of thing myself. Being shot or Pantera, but happens. So I got cold again. Um, yeah. So what's up? my main dude left. Yeah. So here we are. Um, Dreamy. We didn't even really talk about dreams. I feel like there was a specific group of people who were on my stream the other night. I don't. Thank you for the support. I love that energy. I wouldn't actually know. I don't think I really know any Pantera because I don't really listen to music that heavy. But I would agree that they do have like a similar energy for their genres, right? I could see that. And I feel like they have just as much controversy around them too when you dive deep. But yeah, that's great. So, dreams, am I right? That's literally how it feels. So yeah, there was like a group of people on the last stream, and it was like a request that we go in on dreams and stuff. I'm glad though. That's cool. Thank you. I feel like I have an ear for association like that, where in that moment, I probably didn't really know what I was talking about, but like vaguely did. But I will listen to a song and be like, "Hey, this that other song. Listen to this song." You can see a great example on my TikTok of when I realized that Rocky Horror Picture Show's science fiction double feature sounded exactly like The Lion King, which then turned into realizing that they're actually the same movie the whole way through. Yeah, no, I mean, I watched them side by side. The only difference is while everybody's doing the time warp, Simba and his dad are like, I don't know what they're doing. It's kind of awkward. They're like they're like rolling around in a field. That sounds weird. But then you watch it, it's like, yeah, no. But the rest of it, yeah. So that was like really it was a it was a day that turned into a 2 week party binge in my head. And I was just listening to the Circle of Life. Not quite as much as I've been listening to I'll Keep It With Mine, but it was my song for like 2 weeks. So I was like, damn, it is a banger. If I can like Rocky Horror Picture Show so much and love science fiction double feature, then clearly I really like, the Circle of Life. Like I actually really okay, I guess I like that song too. Because that's kind of how it goes, you know? So anyway, I think I got an ear for that. I don't know. Um, amazing. How's it going? How's everybody doing? Right? Uh, what about dreams? That was kind of what we were getting at. Is like the other night, I had a crowd of people who were super about the conversation, and we were more leaning into conversation about the astral plane because of the drawing I did. You'd have to like really watch the stream. It was definitely next level stuff. To be honest, it was like really next level stuff. Um, Not to say that about myself. I guess when I get in the chair, if you will, it's like I don't necessarily know what's going to come up and I'm not always expecting what comes up. Uh, but basically I needed to, for whatever reason, kind of like draw a map of hell, which is just a small portion of a greater underworld, which is a small portion of astral plane, I guess. And that was what the drawing was. So because it had so many similarities, I guess, between the two, we were talking about dreams in that regard. Okay. I mean, that's always fun. I used to have the play place dreams too. It was more like a water park for me though, where all right, now we're into it. Do you think that because I'm going to be on topic now instead of just bullshitting with you guys, we should switch to the tarot screen? How do we feel about that? Like once it's like tarot topics, should we switch? Do a little ad break and dip in because we're gonna talk about the play plays. We have our starting point at this point. I'm gonna switch to tarot so people know that this is a specific type of conversation. That being said, I'm gonna roll some ads. I'm gonna try to get us. We have like 10 minutes left of our uninterrupted hour of ads. LOL. What? No, no, no. I just have a different screen I put on. I don't know what. I don't really know what you thought I was referring to, but I don't know what you're referring to. Anyway, I'm gonna roll some ads. I'm gonna come back, chit chat for a minute, roll more ads, come back, chit chat for a minute, and then it should be at a point where we have a whole hour of uninterrupted ads, and that's when we're gonna do the tarot. It's okay. I'll put you to sleep. You just close your eyes, and I will talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and you can fall asleep to it. It'll be lovely. I hope you all get sleep tonight. Okay, so gonna AdFest 2023. Yikes. Have you really been awake for 14 days, or are you just getting in on the fun of like, I almost said Alcoholics Anonymous, Insomniacs Anonymous? Sorry it took me so long to come back from break. I'll just be honest. I was on Reddit during the break and I was leaving a comment on something and I just wanted to finish the comment before I came back. Someone posted about Ganymede, right? And they were like, "Oh, he's like the original twink," and I'm like, kind of not. Really wasn't really like that, because he was a child who was doomed to eternal life as a child, so that Zeus could take advantage of him for the rest of eternity. I mean, whew, that is far from what I. But not good, not good, not good. Zeus fucking sucks. Okay, good. I'm really glad to hear it. Kronk was the original himbo, though. Yeah. Well, okay, that's not really fair because I feel like there was so many good himbos before Kronk, but he's our generation's OG himbo and set the tone of what himbos are today. But I feel like there's too many himbos throughout history um, to really say, right? Like think about the early days. I feel like I want to say Cary Grant and Jack Lemmon being like hunky, beautiful movie stars who played roles that like never had anything. Well, okay, I've not seen that many of their movies, but there a lot of them are so much alike. Um, yeah, agree. He like was at the initiative of himbo culture. But himbos is a himbo is an 80s term, I think, to be honest. If we go to time travel, it's not timetravel.com. It's a feature on the dictionary.com website, actually. It's very cool. You can time travel with words and you can look up a year, but I don't think you can look up a word. Um, yeah, exactly. It's like you could probably date himbos back to, like I said, Cary Grant, where he was like always the heartthrob, really good looking dude, but would get either like hustled by someone or just like had nothing to offer, but always got the girl. Like he was always like, "Oh, I don't have as much money as them, but don't you love me?" Um, Disagree. I feel like Janice is the first one that comes up for most people, even though we were just actually, you're new here, so you missed, we did a 27 club um reading. I do channeled readings, I do necromancy, and I did a night where I fucking channeled like 7 people in the 27 club and hosted with Nico, who was 49 when she died. So that she was kind of like the meh, life doesn't really get better. And they were all like, yeah, that's good to know. So it was really sad. It's the one that's called Of Course It Hurts, if you're interested. Kurt was there, Amy was there, and Janice was there, and Jimmy was there, and Jim was there, and Pigpen was there briefly, but he was there, and Robert Johnson was there. And Robert Johnson was the first one. And the reason the 27 Club exists is because of him, but he has still a very culturally strong tie to it because he believed, or at least artistically created and fabricated the belief, if not truly believed, which it's not from what we talked about, it sounded like he did believe it, is that he sold his soul to the devil and got really good at music. So he integrated that idea or that concept into like all of his albums and died at the age of 27. So he was the first one in modern history or known times to die, to be a musician that died at the age of 27. But he was the one who tied it to occultism as well. So then we see it happen to Janice and Jimmy and Jim all within the same year. I feel like they are the ones who popularized it because I didn't know who Robert Johnson was until this stream and somebody brought him up and said he was the first and he thought he sold a soda and somebody had told me that and I looked into it and it's all true or whatever and then we talked to him a little bit. Um, Kurt, I think is more of a generational thing where I don't know how old you are, but I would kind of guess you were born in the 90s, if not the 80s And if any later than that, then probably definitely romanticize it. Where someone who was born maybe in the year 2000 on might think of Amy as their 27 club most tied. But then we all forget about her. It was really sad. Talking to her was the saddest thing. Nice. Well, how do y'all get on my channel? No, it's cool. I don't even care. I feel like, when I'm not being sexually explicit, I care a lot less about the age stuff. 18 and up is probably fine for the spiritual side. But I'm very much like a 21, maybe even 25 and up type person. But I think there's like a reason that this more youthful crowd gets drawn to me. The other night it was like me and a couple 20-year-olds and like a 19-year-old. And I'm like, this seems weird. This would not really happen to me in my real life. But I think that's part of passing things on, right? Is like what we're doing, teaching each other and learning from each other. We have the opportunity to come together in this way where we don't have to be faced with that awkward confrontation of working through our differences or our age gaps or whatever, because we just all came here in agreement to talk about something. So it kind of makes sense, but it always surprises me. It's like, damn, I thought I had this shit set to 21 and up. Y'all lie about your age, or maybe it's just a mature content setting on Twitch. I don't fucking remember. So yeah, you were born 10 years after Kurt died. What's your sign? When's your birthday? Um, I usually ask people's sun sign and pronouns, but then like I always forget, and then I like want to know mid conversation. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. I like Sages anyways. Sad women always been running me more or less. Cool. A November Sag. I see. Typically, I relate more to the December Sages. First week of December, man. Some great Sages, but my mom's a November Sag, so it's good. Very cool. All right, I'm going to roll this last ad break. Damn, we only got 30 minutes. I'm gonna roll 3 more. Maybe we'll just do it'll probably get us to 50 minutes instead of a full hour or whatever, but I don't know how many ads we're willing to watch before we get on with the show, because we were going to talk about dreams and stuff and get back on track and do some tarot, blah, blah, blah. So I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. That's right, it's that time. I guess Source showed up and I was like, it's tarot time. It was actually a coincidence. We were planning this for when we got our hour of uninterrupted ad time. Un- uh, you know what I mean, right? Okay, but I have a lot to catch up on here. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, don't really know enough to make guesses. I'm just okay. Sorry, I like walked away right after that. I'm a Taurus. If no one told you, I am having a great time streaming, and now we're about to get to the dreaming. Get out of my house! This is, yeah, I would probably, yeah. I love it live. Okay, sorry. Stop screaming. The dreaming. We're streaming. She's 18. Don't let the name fool you. Nice. Yo, Dom, I was afraid you were mad at me. I was like so scared. Um, but it's funny that I was like, man, I'll just chit chat for like the past hour, almost 2 hours. I've just been talking. That's my favorite thing anyone's maybe ever simply stated to me. I'm not gonna say ever said because people have said some pretty ridiculous stuff and it tops. But like glad at you is my favorite little like simple phrase counter argument. That was a Dom original. I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it. It's so cute. So listen, the dreaming. I feel sad that our Polaroid boy is not here. And who else was here the other night that stayed up really late with us and was talking to me and Polaroid like all fucking night? And I can't think of who it was. I feel like it was someone new, but I can't think of the chat name. Space Bat was there at some points. And then someone else, I can't think of who. So anyway, it was like the four of us for hours. I feel like Source was checking in and out. I think. Oh, Allie was there, but you're always quiet, so I never know what you hear. I don't know who else was listening. That's fine. We're talking about dreams, so it's the perfect thing to fall asleep to. You gotta tell me about your dreams tomorrow, though. You're gonna be like, yeah, I woke up from a fucking sleep paralysis demon nightmare. Yeah. So yeah, the other night we were talking about the underworld or whatever. When I drew the thing and uh someone said, it reminded them of the astral plane and then asked me and had a few questions about dreams. And I was like, yo, let's just do a whole stream on dreams. And that's what this is. And for the past hour and a half, y'all have not missed a goddamn thing except me talking more about that fucking song. But I think I got someone who wants to fucking learn it on their violin, and we're gonna finish the cover together. So it was all worth it. It was all worth it. It was amazing. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I hope it happens. You never know. But Faith, the Twitch family band is going strong. Dom on the beats, Illy on the mic, Zabui on the violin. Anybody else want to do anything? I think somebody said they're a drummer. I can't even remember who. It's kind of like a free for all. That mean whatever you want. That's just like always up and up for. Yeah, is that what? Were you here for that conversation? Cool. Do you actually play keyboard? Don't fuck with this. I'm talking about people who genuinely do these things. We're not making this up. Oh, I hate those when you literally like it's like I can't sleep because what if there's a burglar but I don't want to move because if it's a burglar what am I going to do? But even if I wanted to move, could I move? Okay, cool. Send me your coolest keyboard tracks, y'all. Just fuck around. Send me something. It could be so much fun. If you heard my music, you'd understand that I can literally work with fucking anything. Okay? Let's make something. Or I'll send you something. You make something. It'll be fun. The Twitch family band. We're getting the band back together. God. The Postal Service point oh. The Coastal Service. The World Wide Web sis. The Postal Web. The Postal Stream. You know what? I get it because, like, you guys know that the Postal Service is called the Postal Service because they literally made their music through the U.S. Postal Service. That is the vibe that I was trying to get at. You know how many? Yeah. Oh my god, I love that. Okay, everyone who wants to learn violin, Dom, were you here the other night? Do you know about the song? You may also learn this, and I will use both of y'all's tracks or who's ever better. No, I'm kidding. I would never do that. I think both is the best option. Um, Learn this on the violin. I don't know if it's hard because I can't play violin and I can't really, I can technically sort of read music. Well, I did read music for a long time, but I don't think I like it. Because I can't really do it. I didn't maintain that ability even though I learned it and practiced it for like 9 years. I think it's just not my thing. Like I think I'm supposed to make music chaotically, and that's like the point of me making music at all. Because otherwise, I'd just be doing the same shit everybody else is doing, and it would be boring and it would be unoriginal. So instead, we just go at it sideways, hardcore, whatever. But see if you can learn this. Like just when you're practicing violin. No, no, no. I get that violin is like yes, violin's super hard. I'm saying contextually, I have no idea if this is a difficult song on the violin or not. But it was 444 when I sent it, I'm pretty sure. So, okay. Not a huge fan of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but I am a huge fan of Jane's Addiction. So, I feel like we could find common ground. Yeah, I agree. This is a great example because he was playing a right handed guitar left handed. He literally played guitar upside down and was just like, fuck it. I can't write it down. It doesn't exist. Like, I can't. What do you mean? What do you want? The notes to my song? You can't play my songs. No one could play a. Like, you can learn a Jimmy song backwards from what he played, but like, he played that shit backwards. It's not even the same scale anymore. You know what I mean? Like, that's fucking rad. Like, he's so dope. He's so cool. Um, it's wow, I just thought about something that's so funny. That's so cute. Oh my god. God damn it. Oh my god damn it. Oh my god damn it, bro. That's crazy because I do not want to talk about this right now. It all just made sense and I hate it and I will never talk to you guys about this because it was yeah, fucking god damn it. Um you might like Jane's Addiction. What a moment. God, what a er. So I've never heard of Alan. That's what I'm about to look him up. You can tell me about him if you want to. But British jazz guitarist. That sounds pretty fucking cool, honestly. How do we stay on the topic of music when we're supposed to switch to dreams and tarot? But maybe it'll become relevant. It usually does, you know. Oh, he died. Ooh. He was kind of old though. That's cool. Velvet darkness. Mm. Metal fatigue. Is he like depressed? No, it was jazz. What the fuck? Really intense. Um, REM, I loved in high school, and now I literally like cannot listen to them anymore. But you're at that age where that kind of checks out. But I was really into Jane's Addiction in high school, and I'm still pretty into them. I feel like they are very I don't know. The way they've evolved as people is like, meh, I don't keep up with their new stuff by any means. I listened to their Strays was like 2006, I want to say, and I listened to that album a couple times. And then they put out The Great Escape Artist. think I listened to it once, and then I think they may have put out another album. I don't know. I just stopped. I stopped. I don't love the direction they went in, but those hardcore deep cut fucking Jane's Addiction, 80s and 90s, like they are a late 80s, early 90s band. And then late 90s, I don't know what happened because everything changed early 2000s. I think they just kind of all switched up what they were doing and we're all doing different things instead of rather collectively doing one thing, which was heroin. And that's not to say heroin makes you good at music. Absolutely not the case at all. I think what helps is if the people you make music with are on the same drugs as you, if unless no drugs, because then Frank Zappa, because okay, thinking about the way people make music, Frank Zappa, bro, was so sober when he made the funkiest, grooviest, weirdest, freakiest. I shouldn't say funkiest, but it's pretty funky. Like you gotta give it up. Freakiest, psychedelic music completely fucking sober and forced all of his bandmates, no matter how long they were with him, if it was for one tour, if it was for one album. I haven't even heard that one. I don't know what that is. I don't know Days of the New and what is the Black Page? Is it the book? Is it his book or something? I like jazz too, so I definitely will look into him. Oh yeah, because I'm sure. Um, Yeah, exactly, because he's he's mocking us. Like he's mocking people who does drugs basically and did it sober. But it's so good. He's so good. He's so goofy. He's so weird. But he paved the way for people like I want to say King Gizzard. I don't listen to them a lot. Captain Beefheart, there's no way he was making music before Frank Zappa, right? Maybe. But people like that, that's close. 70. Whoa, no, Captain Beefheart was the 60s. I thought for sure he was late 70s, early 80s, but no, he's early 60s. That's crazy. So he paved the way for Frank Zappa? Because Frank Zappa's first album wasn't until 69, it looks like. Wow, so I had it backwards. They were together at one point, right? I think I just am forgetting more than having it backwards. But anyway, he definitely like paved a way for the genre of fucking weirdos. You know, like we would not have Weird Al if we didn't have Frank Zappa. They're practically the same guy with like a different like Weird Al probably did drugs, you know? Like he was a friend. Okay, I wasn't looking at the chat. Okay. Okay. Got you. Okay. That's oh, petty. He's a Sagittarius too, you know that? Frank Zappa? That makes sense. Yeah, okay, now everyone's chiming in. Okay, there you go, Primus. I was like, why did I think Captain Beefheart? That was like the last example, but I think Frank Zappa was like correcting me. You know what's weird? We might be doing a Zappa reading impromptu, especially because there's a new Sagittarius in the room. And that's so funny because he didn't get to be included. I am doing Frank Zappa. We're doing Frank Zappa. I don't even think I need to get the deck out because I was thinking about him today. I don't listen to his music a ton, but I was super into it. I was super into what he was doing when I was in high school, and his voice perpetuates in me in a way like I cannot explain. Like what I love about listening to that man is so funny. It's so good. It's so groovy. Like I don't know how. I mean, it's true Sagittarian energy. Today, I thought, why does Frank Zappa never talk to me? And I feel like that's it's happening now. I could see him. He's so goofy. He's exactly the way you picture him, no matter how you picture him. But like, probably pigtails with the little bang cut and the mustache. And I think part of the reason this is coming up is because it's a safe haven for identities. I think part of Frank Zappa, this is hard. It's almost like he's making me talk for him, even though he was just talking himself, where he like stepped away. And it's almost as to not put anyone on the spot, is what he's. Hold on. I think he's giving me permission to rip the ball right. I don't know if I should do it, but I'm like, it feels like I'm being blocked. And he's like, I know you'll be better at this if you just smoke weed. So just smoke weed. Yikes. Sorry, Frankie. Yeah, no, I am. It's way easier to like clock myself out and I gotta definitely listen to that. I just saw your jelly beans comment cracked me up. He would probably make that offer too. What do you mean a proving stone? Like if you can play the black page, you're a good drummer, proving yourself kind of stepping stone? I love that. Oh my God, this is, I'm not butt naked in this photo, but this is me. The cover on my cover album is me on a toilet. So I love that you just randomly brought that up. And I'm saying, oh, Frank Zappa. And he's like, yeah, bitch, I'm familiar. I love that so much. I'm so happy. Oh my God, that's so cute. Okay, okay. He regrets nothing. Okay, so what I was saying about Frank Zappa before I realized we were straight talking to Frank Zappa was that he did what he did sober. And I think that if he would have been doing drugs or on psychedelics like everyone else and making the music he did, there's no way it just wouldn't have stood out the same way. It would have sounded too much like everyone else. It would not have had the irony of the satirical aspects of it because he would have been into it and it would have been indistinguishable from anybody else's jargon. He would have sounded just like the Beatles or the Dead or whichever direction it would have pulled him to be. More like Jimmy, more reserved or even more poetic, right? So what he did was so intentional being sober, but it was hard and he does wish he smoked weed. He wished he would have allowed himself to do it. He had smoked weed in his lifetime. Like, I don't know, you guys. I always was under the impression he did drugs and stopped, but now I'm getting the impression he literally never really did drugs and smoked weed a few times and mad cigarettes. He was a drunk, so he had to quit alcohol really early on and basically cut everything out and relied on cigarettes so fiercely dependently because he was like avoiding being triggered by anything, and that's why he had a strict policy. It was about the music, and there's benefits, like you said, there's benefits to your band all being on the same drug. Right, that's what I was getting at with Jane's Addiction when they were all on the same heroin kick. Terrible. I'm so glad that I think they all recovered from it. You could hear their cohesive, yeah, being me either. You could hear how cohesive they were to be on the same page. It's not necessarily to have to be on drugs, but to be on the same page and have the same vibe. Where he had to just make sure there was no drugs around him or people fucked up around him because he was trying not to fucking drink. He could not go back to alcohol. He had children to take care of at the end of the day. And a lot of people that he worked with couldn't relate, but they could respect it. And that's why they put up with his antics. But that's why I think he had a lot of band members. Like, there's a lot I don't know about Frank Zappa, but he's telling me right now. So you can verify the information. It could be wrong. I'm not saying sticking to it. A lot of times, should I say, ends up being accurate, but I mean, there's some creepy stuff that has happened on this channel, but I don't know. I can't confirm with Frank Zappa. There's like, I know a lot about Nico's life just because I've watched documentaries and read about it and listened to her for so long, but I never did a deep dive on Frank Zappa like that. But anyway, he was just trying not to drink. So there was this strict policy in place because of that, because his sobriety would be his make or break. And if he relapsed, it would have jeopardized everything he had. And he would have never had his wife or his kid, like kept his kids. Like it could have destroyed him because he was really a piece of shit. And he feels like the Bobby. That's so funny because earlier, Sam Bernardino, I know it's Sam Bernardino, right? But Sam Bernardino, um, has always been one of my favorite songs since high school, right? And earlier, today, again, I thought, why doesn't Frank Zappa ever come on? And that song will come on my playlist, probably more than other Frank Zappa songs, right? And earlier, when we were talking about Bob Dylan, I made a joke and called him Bobby. It literally sounded like Hank Hill just now. Um, I made a joke and called him Bobby, but now that we're talking about Frank Zappa, it's like, yeah, I'm Bobby. Like, I don't know how to explain that because if you know that song, he basically right. That's his like drunk side. His name was never probably Frankie, but he didn't want to put that in the song, you know. And maybe there was really a Bobby, but he saw himself in that regard where it was like if he kept drinking it was going to be that it was going to be trailer park having a real good dealo, and there's nothing wrong with the way that anybody lives, but he was trying to stay on course to maintain his music and to maintain his legacy and to maintain his life and his legends and his lesions and his fucking whoa, okay, slow your roll. Why is everyone up right now? Why are you even up right now? If it bothers you, don't watch it. Turn it off. Period. It's not about you. Stop interrupting me. Okay. Anyways, damn, what the fuck was that? I feel that shit. You know what I'm saying? Still try to fucking like, ugh. All right. Um, so he definitely had to channel a lot of that rage and find the comedy in it because there is so much, there was so much ugliness to it. And he just never wanted to go back to that lifestyle of being an man. It was like somebody cut us off and maybe he just left. I don't know what that was. I don't even know what that was. That was crazy. That was an intense feeling. It's either coming in more or completely just fucking left fielded. I have no idea. Um, I just can't decipher what this is. It might be trying to talk to someone else. Is Captain Beefheart alive? Is there a Bobby in real life? Is that what they're trying to tell me? Where they're like, you're not getting the message right now? I don't know. Yeah, he is dead. Don Van Vliet. That's Captain Beefheart's name. Um, that's so funny. Um, he definitely gives me Matt Berry vibes, right? Like this, he bore Matt fucking Berryson, right? Oh my god. And he's a Capricorn and Matt Berry's a Taurus. I fucking love that. This dude is giving mad Matt Berry vibes. But he's like American Matt Berry and Matt Berry's British and Matt Berry. Very different, but like, oh my god, this is kind of cool. I've never really listened to Captain Beefheart, so this seems like weird. Where, like I said, it was like this like abrupt abruption, if you will. And I feel like it's got to be this guy. I don't know anything about him, so I don't know what to say. That they wrote a lot of songs together in the early days, and that a lot of what he recorded was actually written by Frank Zappa, and that's why he ended up signing Frank Zappa because Frank Zappa was a fucking drunk when they met, and they were friends because they were fucking drinking buddies back in the day, and there was a time where Frank was drunk and like they I don't know he didn't sell his soul, he sold himself. Like it's very hard to say that he relinquished all control over his finances and his prowess. He was unable to write music in that time period of 1962 to 1967. He was banned because he made a bad contract with someone. This is coming from Beefheart, by the way. He made a bad contract with somebody, and that's why he quit drinking, is because he got obliterated and pissed people off and said, I can do this and that, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter what you do. And so they screwed him and they didn't let him make any music. So he helped me with my music, and he was never allowed to have credit. He was never allowed to say anything about it. And he's like, I'm saying something about it now because I can use this random vehicle to do so. He's just like, fuck it. This is a good time to just confess that yes, Frank Zappa wrote a lot of his shit. And that's why when I said Frank Zappa inspired Captain Beefheart because he did. It was um it was never really Frank's desire to be a musician, but they took that power away from him, so he just was ghostwriting, not even ghostwriting, it was co-writing. It kept him busy and it kept him from drinking, and it became a hobby for him to help me with what I was doing behind the scenes, and no one really could, literally no one could know about it. He was, I don't know, I'm not going to get into the semantics or talk about record companies or anything like that. But some people banned him from doing music for 5 years, and he fucking put it in a contract. And even though technically there are laws against inebriated contracts, there was also just pride at stake. And he wanted to prove he could overcome it anyways. So he quit drinking and focused on that. And in that process, made me who I am. And so by the time he was allowed to get back on, he was like basically ready for me. You know what I mean? Like I was ready for him too, and I was able to help him. So he made me, but I, you know, gave him a second chance, but I couldn't have done it without him, and nobody even knew he was doing it. No one knew he was doing it, and no one was allowed to know until the day he died. And no one ever did. I don't even think we can. I don't even know if we could verify this information. To be honest with you, this is source as it can possibly be because all these people are dead, right? And they speak through me, which is very hard to discern. Because these are just like random icon celebrities, famous people, etc. But once in a while, we'll get like a personal thing on here just to kind of verify the connection. The last time it was Mikey. This time, all dogs go to heaven. Maybe somebody's dog passed away recently. Don't know. All dogs go to heaven came to my mind. So, don't know if that means anything to anybody, but right. It's hard to say, but that's pretty cool if it's true. Whew. Um, so to transition back into, well, are we? I mean, are we good? I mean, that was cool. I think that was a great. I don't know how long that lasted. Usually, the channeled stuff, especially with the deceased people, don't last for more than excerpts of like 10 minutes because you gotta just know how to handle it. I feel like I'm getting Frank back. He was like, let's let Beefheart take the mic for a second and just clear a few things up. Because now it's like no one's in their pride and no one's in their ego, and people are just about correcting the timeline and making things be known and letting there be justice and guiding people in the free world. Oh, I do it all the time. You'll love the 27 Club one. That's why I usually try to establish common ground with at least one person on the channel. But there's usually something really present that will come up. But I feel like no one's really grieving right now. There's no recent losses unless it was like a dog. But there's like three people that are actually saying anything. So I feel like if there was, like it could be someone who's maybe even sleeping right now, or I feel like I got someone else coming in, but it feels like one of those messages, like the pizza thing, where it's like, I feel like it's more remote viewing message kind of thing. Um, God damn it, that really pissed me off. Um, I don't know why no one can sleep. Maybe because people's dreams were fucking them up too much and they can't sleep no more. But maybe your dreams were fucking you up because you weren't addressing things in your conscious mind. And so your mind went out of control in the unconscious, right? And so then your unconscious mind and your conscious mind getting intertwined. You don't know what you think. You don't know what you feel. You don't know what's real, right? Insomnia. Welcome, everybody, to Insomniacs Anonymous. I'm your host, Illuminati Mystex. That's what I'm going to start calling these late night streams, man. Just all of us who fucking overnighters and vampires and 24 hours. Here we are. Hi, I'm Illuminati. I'm Illy, and I'm on my first coffee of the hour. No, I'd actually only have coffee every couple days, it feels like. Just depends on my mood and how much I got to do, right? French press got me right. So, who else is? I feel like this. I'm getting some living energy. I'm getting really living energy. Yeah, I used to be like a. Thanks for the. Who is this? Thanks for the follow, dude. Um, that's how I was. Cut back. I had to kind of just quit. I think at a point, I didn't even realize like how extremely dependent on caffeine I was. I think to the extent that I was, because I how to say is functioned on it, raised on it, developed on it. I've been drinking coffee for so long that I didn't know I had it every day, all day, every day. It was like a pot a day, and then I worked in multiple coffee shops, so it would be like I don't know, 6 to 9 espresso shots in total. Like at some points, we would just literally take shots, but like make me a triple because like I had such a high caffeine tolerance, and now a fucking single Big B drink will keep me up for like 3 days if I needed to, or if I wanted to. If I'm like, okay, let's just make this a bender. Yeah, 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 yeah. Same. I love the taste. That's why I like will never probably stop drinking it, but I'll drink decaf just as often if I have it. Because I have a French press exclusively in this era of my life, in my Wes Anderson era, if you will. Um, I don't even bother with the decaf. It's like way too much work. Where it's like, nah, I'm just gonna drink it. Yeah, I love coffee. I always love coffee. Espresso, all varieties. Give me a doppio to go, please. No, for here. Fuck it. Give me little tiny cups. Oh, I love espresso. Y'all want to know something weird? You guys want to talk about aliens, or should I just not say anything weird? Or we can go aliens, dreams. We can bring it all together. You guys ready? I know I said tarot. We had surprise channeled readings. That was fun. And now we're having surprise channeled living. It's cool. It's not cool, actually. It's annoying. Okay, cool. Okay, that's what I'm saying. It was like when I was like a toddler, my grandma would give us like these little saucer coffee cups full of milk and then like put a spoon of coffee in it or like a drip. I don't know. It had color. So it was enough to have color. And then it just, the ratio just changed until now I just will eat coffee grounds. I don't want to really think it used because if they're not used, it's like cinnamon challenge. But if they're already wet, um, I don't know. I love that texture. I love that taste. I think it's so great. I don't know why. It's been this way since I was like, mm, probably coffee addicted since I was like 5. But the coffee grounds when I was like 16 and working at my first barista job, I was like, yo, this looks good as fuck. I'm just gonna try it. And was like, yo, I'll just like have a little scoop out of my fucking French press after I press it. I love it. I don't know why. I don't know why. I think it's my alien taste buds, bro. It's like the only thing that is a logical sense because I also really love chemical smells and like burnt toast that's like burnt all the way through. I'd never make it for myself because I know it's like CO2, right? Like you should not eat stuff like that. I've always liked my marshmallows completely on fire, scorched, like it's alien taste buds, right? I don't know. It's like I'm a texture fiend and I like intense flavors that almost hurt. Like things that are super sour, sour pickles are hard to eat, but I love it. I will drink vinegar. I just will just drink vinegar. I'm like, yeah, that fucking rules. Yeah, like what the fuck? Um, don't know. But then if I want something sweet, I love things that taste like sweet. I don't like chocolate. I like really bitter chocolate because it's like, ooh, something bitter, not something sweet, right? And I love all the sweet things I like are just sweet. I like marshmallows. They have a flavor, but it's just sugar flavor, right? I love caramel. That's literally just sugar with milk. Yeah, okay. But then I want salt on it because I still need texture, bro. It's literally, I've thought about this too much. I love extremely hot foods because I like the way my mouth burns and stuff. It's not really about the like, I don't know what other people do it for. It's not to brag or about the taste. It's like I want the drips. I stopped doing drugs years ago, my dude. I need something to get me like, if I'm in the mood. So extremely hot food, really weird. But I attribute it to my alien taste buds for sure because I think we're all different variations of like descendants of combinations of human and alien DNA. What are those? What is that? Oh, is that a blunt? Oh my god, I love that. I need to be this cool on Twitch. I'm sorry, I'm not good at this stuff, you guys. I keep meaning to look into like they offer me my own emote things, and I just am like lost on it. I have no idea. I'll get to it. I got a lot on my list of things to do, and I now use my list for other things, and we should get back to it, right? I might be an alien. And the reason there's so many things, and I will tie this back to dreams. Okay, let me do my list thing right here. Like, remember the other night when I like had to sketch it out before I drew it and show y'all, but we're gonna build the dream world. We're gonna build the dream realm. That's what we're gonna do. Oh my god. I'm gonna show you guys the mall. You're like, what? Fuck. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this stuff, but honestly, if they listen, if they showed me everything they showed me, and I actively was like, listen, you guys, I get it. I'm out. I'll do it myself. No questions asked. It's fine. Please don't kill anyone I love. Let me just out now. Like, I am good. I got you. I'm good. I'm not trying to cause problems for anybody. I'm just a dreamer, just a hopeful, whatever, So I'm like, hey, listen, I got you, bro. And for some reason, I lived, anyways. Crazy to think about. So I feel like, intuitively speaking, I just continue to say and do the things that I'm led to think that I should do. And I think there's a reason no one has stopped me is because I meant to do and say these things. They're soft launching. They're like, you're perfect for this. Can you just relay some of these messages? Because we don't know how else to start getting these things out to the public unless we let people like you speak instead of silencing them. And that's where things have come to at this point in time and this point in the timeline where it's like 2023 is, well, 2022 zodiac cycle, but still. Um, that's really wild. I have such a weird temperature right now where I'm really cold, but hormonally speaking, I'm ramping up and my temperature is increasing. And so I'm very wishy washy about how I'm feeling when it comes to the clothing. Like 5 days out, everybody, and Sarah Paulson about to drop that mixtape. So beware the blood hits the dance floor in 5 days. It's okay. Um, Icy hot. Yeah, that's me. Oh, thank you. Not what we're doing. Sorry. Please be quiet while we have our turquoise screen on the TV. Thank you so much. We'll be doing our ad break in about 15 minutes. And then maybe I'll explain more when we see the screen turn pink. It'll be a big pink box. Just stick around and stick it. Okay, we're gonna go into the dreamscape, the mall, as I would call it. It's sort of like, I guess you could call it the Dreamatorium, but it's a bit more complicated than that. I don't know where the accent's coming from. I don't know if somebody's British, but honestly, this was such a funny thought the other day. I was like, okay, if I'm an actress, am I allowed to do a British accent for an entire stream? Because I'm just trying to perfect my accent because as an actor, it's good to be able to do accents. Is that Okay, I'm asking. I only have like maybe 3 movie credits, if that, but I just wanted to. But sometimes when I channel, little voices and accents will come out. And for some reason, this one was like British, but I thought we were talking to aliens, but I guess like the colonizer aliens. So I'm sorry. I don't know who it is. I feel like I always want to say Pleiadians, but it's really like they give me the gray looking vibe, and I just don't know anything about the Pleiadians. But I feel like they were in they when we last did an alien stream. I don't know why I'm drawing this like a web. I intended it to be a grid, but I guess they're the ones drawing it. So what the fuck do I know? Oh, okay. They're showing us different parts and pieces of a moving ship, basically. Earth has been on a ship for a long time. They showed me this in 2019. They were warning me that if I didn't do what I was meant to do, that they would like kill everyone, blah, blah, blah. But that it would be hard and it would be really a long journey, but that there was no one else who could do it. And so they showed me everything and I almost died. And then they kept showing me stuff. And I had no idea at the time. I was like, I don't know what this is. No, no, don't take it too out of context. You have to understand, aliens, in a sense, like we are aliens. Like we clearly are very okay. This is like a basic principle that we. Yes, it is a little bit like that. I don't think the thing about Earth is that it's very ingrained into its idea of war and violence, whereas in space there is no true enemy other than those you perceive as enemy and the general chaos of unpredictability, right? Like every yeah, people who realize where they're at in the universe, in space, can understand that there are greater non-entical forces, right? So non-identity, non-entity forces. If you want to call them gravity, if you want to call them black holes, they understand that called again. Freezing. There are just, when a universe is sort of random, it is the human challenge. It's a very human challenge because humans think they still dominate an entire fucking planet. And it's like dumb. And people are like, oh, it's a simulation. And it's like, bro, you don't even know the depth of it yet. Like, and it's very frustrating. And that's why a lot of people probably check out and end up in these other places and you come to this point where you realize life is really, really infinite. And it's kind of like you can turn it off at any time and then you can turn it on at any time. And it's like scary to some people. I sound like the music box right now, and I don't know what that means necessarily, but I don't know fully who is being channeled or what's being channeled. But think like a calliope, it's the moving parts of life. It's like yeah, exactly. It's yeah, where Soul did a really nice job of depicting it and um Little Demon surprisingly enough did a decent job depicting different aspects of it. I thought of a different one just now and now it's slipping from me. I can't think of what I was about to say. Another one that was like decent. I don't want to watch it, but I know what you're talking about. Mr. Beast is a tourist. I don't get why people. I don't know. I don't. He's like pro capitalist, but he's not necessarily like pro. I don't know, corporatist, where he like is using this money. He talked about this. I saw him in an interview talk about how in the early days he would just convince YouTube or whoever was making the video to just give him twice as much money to give away. And he's like, I'll match you. And they're like, what? Why are you trying to get us to give you money for you to give away your money? And he was like, I don't know, because I just think it'll work. Like, I promise you. And it's very, I mean, it's kind of like what pious is that what piety is? Um, not just pilot. No, pious. I think is this not a word? It's a pope. What is pious? Is just a name? Is he some kind of reincarnated soul, and that's why everybody thinks he's a demon? Is because they don't recognize God in his power. In what am I talking about right now? That's so random. Pious comes from the Latin pious, which means dutiful. Yeah, so he's like, I don't know. I can't hate on that. It's like if there is gonna be, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the comments. That's what I'm saying. It is, and he's bringing attention to that. He is very much a humanitarian, and in theory, there's a lot less problems with capitalism, like in a free market sense, where everybody gets to do their own thing, and that's great. But it's everything's better in theory than practice. We destroyed it in practice, and it's really corporatism that we deal with in the U.S. and maybe other major parts of the world too. I have no idea, but the US is run by corporatism, and I just don't think it's fair to put that on the back of capitalism. Capitalism itself isn't so bad if you stripped it back and you thought like, okay, like all your local businesses and shit, that's all capitalism, and that's cool. I'm not anti-capitalism either for people to be able to have share and trade capital because it's easier, I don't know, to acquire and to see value. But they inflated the dollar and they make it very difficult because corporations are hoarding too much of the resources, and it is a modern, I don't want to say oligarch, but it's like a central power that dictates what the several other powers do, and they control everything, right? Isn't that what oligarchy is? Um, I'm not sure, but it's yeah, and I don't know, if I don't hear like, when you think about people like Shane Dawson, who literally was making pedophilic content for the past, like, 15 years and no one stopped him, and y'all wanna complain about Mr. Beast being the fucking Satanist weirdo? Like, hello? I like love Trisha in all her mental unwellness, but she was so much more problematic than she is now. And I think she's grown at least a little bit as a person, but like to come from Mr. Beast, it seems off kilter. I will not, I mean, it just seems so rude. Especially when I think he does believe he's serving his God and not sold his soul. Like, I think that's why I said he's pious. Like, it's weird because I don't really know anything about him, and the message was, it was religious, like holy. Like, the fact that people call him the Antichrist and stuff is sad because he is like, I think he might genuinely be a good person, but I don't know what our sources are on that. Some pope, I guess, but what does that really tell us, right? But no, I don't inherently think all Catholics are evil either. Not that he's Catholic. I'm just saying the Pontius Pilate, or I said Pontius Pilate, and then Pope Pius came up. So, um, yeah, I feel like the Antichrist because I had my own crucifixion. One time I fucking drank water and turned it into shit. But yeah, I'm more of an anarchist, but I don't think people really can handle. I think anarchy's better in communities rather than in countries because most people can't really handle. That's why capitalism is not a terrible idea because if you don't monetize it, people don't feel like they're getting their values worth, and they don't know how to respect your value if it's simply a bartering system. Because I've noticed that being my main trade, tarot writing, and being that it comes really easy to me, even though it's stuff that I've done for a really long time, people undervalue it because it comes to ease for me without um, feeling like, because if I don't put the hours in, I don't deserve the money, even though the work is better in less time. So I think that's the major flaw in the bartering system is that if you don't dictate a cut price, it's like, what is the value exchange is very hard to say because again, if you're giving me hours of labor and I'm giving you minutes of work, is it fair because of the gravity of my work? and versus yours is longevity of work, right? So it's like very hard to have a bartering system where I get the modern need for capital, right? That's cool. I was catching up on the comments, by the way. Both my grandmothers are Catholic. You know, Palpatine edition. What is that? Like a Pope thing? Unlimited power. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, but then we have social media telling us move to the city, live your life in extreme ways, and put yourself on blast, and blah 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 blah. It's pretty wild out there, and we do need to get back to community. Revolution will not be televised, but it might be streamed. Welcome. Late night things. Insomniacs Anonymous. We're talking about dreams, ironically enough, and I'm building this web grid showing you the mall. All stuff I've seen in dreams before, but I slowly interpret with the help of these lovely viewers that I have on my channel. We've got 5 minutes until we go back to chat mode where y'all can ask me any questions. We'll roll ads intermittently, and then we'll have another uninterrupted hour of tarot streams where we're getting into astral plane, dream interpretation, if anybody has any dreams to share. But I am drawing what I've seen as the designing of dreams in a way, or whatever it is. So okay. Yeah, I've been to the mall a few times. I have all these like different marker colors I used last time, but this is it looked so sometimes I don't know, it looked so real. It's like hard to say what it really looked like or how to really draw it, where the other one was a bit more conceptual and it was like I was awake. So it's of course always harder to remember things than when you're sleeping. That's why it's hard to recall dreams. Um, hey, well, I'm glad you're here. That's what I'm saying. Well, we're kind of moved on from that topic at this point, but I agree. The system could improve by taking out corporatism. We have to end corporatism. We have to stop saying end capitalism. We need to end corporatism, and then we'll readjust capitalism accordingly. But first, must end corporatism. Why do corporations run the country? Why do they hold all the resources over our heads? Why do they control the media? Why? It's a very small group of people, and they're like, oh, you're just blaming it on an invisible they. And it's like, well, somebody, isn't it? Okay, so we need to end corporatism and the reliance on corporate entities where no one man will ever take a fall for anything that is ever done, right? So, of course, the system could improve because it's a fucking broken system fueled by billionaires with questionable motives at best. Thank God for Mark Cuban, though. We fucking stand a billionaire legend like Mark Cuban personally helping the people try to take down Big Pharma right now. I never want to fucking hear his name in y'all's mouth when you talk about guillotines. You hear me? Unless you understand that he's going to be the one to buy it for us, right? And have the dining hall when we eat the rich. Hey, okay, I shouldn't put words in his mouth. He never said that. This is not a threat. It's proverbial. It's a proverb. It's a shit. These are the wrong words. It's an analogy. It's an analogy. Yeah, you know. So, um, I think more things should be given a week, and I'm gonna try to stick to that. And I get it. You know, everybody's rushing. It's too hard to draw the dream theater, you guys. I think they were drawing something. I feel like I was really channeling something and then we got disrupted and I got to roll the ads and stuff. So we might as well just break I got 2 minutes before the pre rolls go off. So stick with me, people. Basically, what we do on my channel is I'm gonna roll 3 minutes of ad. I'm gonna come back. We're gonna be in chat mode. You can ask any questions you want, especially if you have no idea what the fuck's going on right now. And then once I can, I'll roll more ads and then chat a little bit more, and then I'll roll a third installment of ads. I know it's a lot, but then we'll have a whole hour of uninterrupted stream time for me to dream time. You get me? Pretty good stuff. Pretty fucking cool stuff. So we're gonna run the first set and we'll be back in a bit. I don't know if he plays golf, honestly, but he's really into basketball. So he like bought his favorite basketball team. He was like, I have money. I'm going to buy my favorite sports team and then I'm going to give them all my money. And he gave them all raises and set them up. Like literally, this man just like, he is the definition of abundance. He's not like, okay, for example, don't get it twisted. I don't just sit here and fucking, I think Jeff Bezos is having his Scrooge moment. He owns some were nice. I think the Bo Burnham song kind of got to him a little bit. I think we'll start seeing some changes, and we have been seeing changes. Like he's trying, but still doesn't quite get the concept of how bad of a problem it really is, nor does he know how to stop it. Right? Elon Musk, though, deep, deep. deeply rooted colonization, grew up a colonizer, grew up in a colonized area of the world, grew up thinking colonization was a good thing, grew up probably being pro apartheid. I don't know that for a fact, but he's from South Africa. Yeah, Elon. That's what I'm saying. It's not like I'm going to sit here and defend a bunch of billionaires. Mark Cuban is literally is just a different kind of person that shouldn't even be categorized with these people. He's not even like his fucking co-stars on the show. They seem chill enough because these are like not that's the difference too, is like these weren't famous people or people seeking fame who ended up with money. These are people who had money who ended up with fame, right? So and they're still all pretty subtle. You don't really see them off Shark Tank, right? But Mark Cuban's just like a hype man, and he just defines abundance. Like Elon Musk basically robbed the world and then trying to buy Twitter with it, and then like who even knows? Who cares what's going on? Like it's a mess. And his whole roots is colonization. So like that's your $1 billion at like not really like a great thing going on. If I say his name again, they'll probably fucking hear us or whatever, pay attention. I don't want to flag anybody, but there's like a huge difference in their wealth to status probably. Dude, it's crazy that he did though, especially because he didn't know what he was doing and didn't really know how to replace them. Like he's just a little out of control. Right. Like it's like his failings show us our failings, basically. So he's not quite as graceful and he's a fool. He's acting a fool. And of course, these are like the billionaires we know about. Once again, there's probably people richer than them who will never be on a Forbes list because we are never going to know their identities. And that's the true elites that y'all worry about. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much more to it than like these fucking stupid bastards in the pages, in the front pages, right? Like, Richard Branson always seemed like a humanitarian guy, but he's pretty much a colonizer too. I had to learn the hard way. I was like, "Wait, I like that dude," and they're like, "You shouldn't. He's terrible." Like his whole Virgin Islands and Virgin Island records and stuff. Yeah, Dave Chappelle's a little all over the place. I don't keep up anymore. Never cared about him enough. Um, that's really funny. I remember seeing that clip. Yeah. So yeah, it's just like nah. Some of these people really are gross. And really would never defend them. But Mark Cuban, to bring it back to tarot too, I do want to talk about this in the sense that that man is abundance. That man, I don't even know if he manifested it. I think he must be a pretty good person because the money is attached to him. And I want to explain what I mean by that, like truly. Because once again, Jeff Bezos got startup money from his family. Elon Musk got startup money from his family. They all did, and it's like obviously it's so easy to become a billionaire, right? Mark Cuban, I don't really know his financial state of his parents, but even like Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, they had their parents to lean on and fund them, right? And it's not lost on any of them. A lot of them never pretended it was otherwise. They just put their resources to the best use they could, especially looking at people like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, who created connectivity and adaptability and technology, and they pushed that forward, at least for the modern world. If not, I'm sure they probably took their ideas from somewhere, right? Um, yeah, I get you, but we don't really need to get angry about it right now because it's just not really any we're not really, I don't think. And yeah, exactly. Um they were just people trying to do a thing with the resources they had. Yeah, I appreciate you completely understanding, but I also agree with you, which is why I'm like never really cared in the first place. Definitely not gonna start caring now. Haven't paid attention since the start. Definitely just like, yeah, no, I don't need that. Agree. Was really confused by Louis CK's whole reinvention, but I guess people can. I don't know why. I don't even want to go there again. Um, yeah. Okay, so yeah, Where were we? Sorry, there's so many wholesome conversations happening at once. Um, I really don't remember what we were just going on about. Yikes. Besides the comedians. Damn, nobody. I know there's like a little bit of a lag on the chat, but come on, y'all. Oh, but none of us remember. We'll have to rewind the tapes and laugh at ourselves hysterically. It's lost. I gotta roll ads anyway. I'll be right back. If anybody remembers, tell me. Hey, y'all. We've got our uninterrupted out. Well, we got like 55 minutes. So, quick question. Am I pulling off the cheap lipstick as my look? Because, like, it all is pretty cheap lipstick. I experiment with colors and textures a lot with lipstick and makeup in general, so I don't spend a ton on it until I know what I really want. Um, but it's like, it does this stuff where it's like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I guess I'll just say thank you. It's like inverse lip liner because it just sheds within like it's kind of chapped right there and it gets stuck. It's the same as when I drink wine. It's like some of the people in my family I notice it too, and we're the only people where our whole mouth will turn red when we drink red wine, and I just like don't know. Thanks, but if you saw it up close, you would know what I'm talking about. But I'm almost like too embarrassed, so I'm glad it's still a vibe. The light is bright enough where you can't really see what's going on. It's definitely just like, yeah, okay, good to know. Good to know. So everything's really beautiful, and it's been a minute, but all of a sudden I'm thinking about that song the wand, right? Dun, 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 dun. What the fuck time is it? Fuck time is it right now? I can't just be belting things like that. Um, that's my whole right. Um, I was also thinking Ludacris. She the best sugar, ooh, my tongue. Gonna and it give me some. She put it right down my tongue. Virgo, right? Short King. Okay, so I'm sorry. I will say, sure, I get the Slytherin reference, and if it means me, then yeah. I totally have always wondered if I'm more Ravenclaw or Slytherin at the end of the day, but the hat tells you that you choose, right? So I think I'd go Ravenclaw. But sometimes I give mad Slytherin for sure. What does your statement mean? Okay, we're gonna talk about attracting abundance, like truly attracting abundance, and I'm gonna draw this. Hopefully, I don't know. They were saying some crazy shit, and I had to stop. To be quite honest, but we've got our uninterrupted hour of tarot coming up. So first things first, I do want to finish the conversation about wealth and like a lesson in humanity and in physics or whatever the fuck you want to call it, spirituality, lesson in manifestation. So, I don't know if Mark Cuban also had rich parents. There's a good chance he did. I cannot recall right now, nor do I know if they ever knew. But Mark Cuban got his first like paycheck or whatever because he invented something to do with playing videos on the internet, like something like that, some kind of embedded coding to something or other like in the 90s, right? And he pretty much like had the option to basically like sell it or invest in it and keep it for himself, right? And he was like, "Man, you can have it. Yahoo can have it." He like sold it to Yahoo. I don't know. I'm explaining this so badly, but I'm trying to paint you this picture of like how wealth was attracted to this man, and like he seems to have stayed humble, and he's taken on big pharma. That's where it really stands out to me, where it's like we are literally all so addicted to prescription drugs, and then they like keep increasing the price of them, and it's like, what are you trying to do to us right now? This is so weird. And he was like, look, all most drugs, basically any drugs that could be sold to me, are on this website available at cost. Like it's just no questions asked. You if you have insurance, I think it's no cost. Uh, and then or like it's not super common insurance that'll take it, and it's not every state that supports it, but you can buy it at cost. You get what I'm saying? So like there's insurance options, but also there's at cost prescriptions, but not all prescriptions. So that's like a huge turning point in society. And this is just like a passion project. I don't know how much money he'd be making. And maybe he's not actually selling them at cost. But if you go on that website that I linked you to, especially if you take prescriptions, go check if Mark has them cheaper than you get them at your pharmacy. He is literally making humanitarian efforts that we have yet to see in anyone, no matter how much people lobby. Okay. But this is the man who decided his best invention, instead of keeping it for himself, investing in the internet in 1997 or whatever, he fucking sold it to Yahoo and was just like, oh, just cut me a check. And they're like, all right, cool. Here's like 10 grand and royalties forever or whatever. And he was like, oh shit. And accumulated a bunch of money. So what did he do? Kinda just spent as much as he could, bought people houses. Oh my god, welcome back. Still, I just got back to the Mark Cuban subject, actually, that's so funny, I'm finishing. We talked about a bunch of random stuff, as you can see, and then, I was like, "Wait, let's finish the conversation on abundance before we move on completely." But you missed, like, his whole origin story about how his big idea, he just, like, sold right away and was like, I don't really need like tech money, but here's this great idea I invented or whatever. Made a big deal with Yahoo and just like accumulated a bunch of money. Not by accident, but kind of. He was just like, whatever, okay. And then it was like, oh, this is a bigger deal than I thought it was. Holy shit, I'm fucking rich. I'm gonna buy a basketball team. I'm gonna buy a fucking house. I'm gonna buy my fucking mama house, whatever the fuck he did. And then he fucking took all that money and was like, you see him on Shark Tank. He's like, fuck it. I'm just gonna go for all these people whose ideas are like mediocre or like maybe they're young or maybe they're seem that's what I'm saying. He literally just like gives and gives and gives and gives, and he's still one of the richest people that we know of. Like he's still a billionaire. And that you like, how can you say he's just the same as like any of these other fools we already don't even need to talk about anymore? You feel me? Like he attracted abundance in his life. Mr. Beast, I think, is on the same vibe as Mark Cuban, right? And that's that big sign energy, bro. Leo and Taurus. I love that because it's so real because we all have that like selflessness about us, but it's not always a good thing. Selflessness can be very toxic, but you can see that it's also very rewarding, but only if you can kind of connect to who you truly are and what you really are here to do and know how to play the game, right? And they both do, and they're both great examples. Where like Mark Cuban and Mr. Beast are in the same category. I feel more than Mark Cuban's in a category with Elon Musk, right? Bought his favorite basketball team and then bought them everything they wanted. He literally like gave them all raises and treat them really nicely. And it's like, love you guys, goes to every single game. He bought the team so he could go to the games because he lives in Texas and loves it. Like that's what he chose to do with his money. He's not colonizing the world. He's chilling. And he's just like, well, yeah, you got an idea? Here's some money. You want to start a business? Here's some money. You want me to be on your silly TV show about sports leagues? Fantasy sports leagues? I'll send in a video. Like he's great. But it's very much manifestation in action, you know, because he had like it's not always just give and give and give and give and expect it to come back. It's knowing that you can generate it at any time and knowing it'll come back to you as long as you are putting it in a place it belongs. Right? In the hands of people who need eye surgery is a pretty good place to put money. In the hands of people who need uh, prescription medications is a good place to put money because of all the savings that you'll find when you go to cost plus drugs. I promise you, I'm not sponsored by this guy. I fucking wish, like, fuck yeah. But it's true. What he's doing is hugely humanitarian. He's basically counteracting the whole what is that dude dead? Martin whatever his name is, insulin guy, fucking evil villainous fucking psycho. I think he's a Taurus too, though. Isn't that crazy? Because he's kind of on the list of greatest villains of all time. That dude just sucks. Shkreli? He's not dead? I really thought he died. When's his birthday? Probably got sick of people. Oh no, he's a Pisces. Ew, no wonder he's such a villain. Sorry, no offense. We love the Pisces on this channel, except you, bitch. I'm just kidding. Kidding. Am I? Good morning. Good morning. That little bitch. That little bitch. Nice to see you still here, Dom. Glad something could spark your interest. That little bitch. Yeah. Fuck that. Who even sold it? I understand, but oh, it was so raw. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Welcome back. Glad you walked in at the part where we were talking about music again, because that does seem to be our thing. We are in the middle of so many different things, though. So that was those are our little talk on the difference between colonization and manifestation. Elon Musk thinks he's manifesting his best life via manifest destiny and other white people bullshit, including apartheid and other deeply rooted colonism, right? Colonialism, I should say, versus naturally attracting abundance because you remained a good person and you had good ideas and you did good fucking things. Amen. God bless. Next. Okay. So I was trying to draw you guys the amphitheater. I keep changing the name of it. It's kind of like not a thing, but it's a thing. I'm kind of seeing it for what it is when I hold it up. So maybe that was a good thing, actually. And maybe let them take control again. I don't know. Cuban just has big dick energy. But not like so big that you don't want nothing to do with it. Big like, okay, I can do that. Okay, was that too much? So, okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. You didn't walk in on me being horny. No, it really wasn't like that. It was. Anyways, we're talking about Dream Theater or whatever the fuck goes on when we sleep. So basically, a lot of the theories I have or that come through during the channel messages on the stream often elaborate on some of the things that I have seen in my past life, not past life, well, sometimes past life, which is why I have this new deck for Akashic Record readings. Not really sure how these are going to play out, by the way. I just want to say my intention was to do a reading of these tonight, but after doing the first one, I do think I need to get a little more in touch with them before I figure out how to incorporate them into the channel because it will be Akashic Record readings as well as like dream interpretations. I think is what this is for because these are the callings I've had in my spiritual journey lately and then was gifted this deck. And so I did the first reading. I don't think I can do them tonight. I think we'll get through this before we do this. And I think this is taking us too long because we can't stop talking about music. But we got a surprise visit from Frank Zappa and Captain Beefheart. And it was probably one of the coolest moments of my fucking punk life, right? Fuck. Yeah. All right. So, Trailer Park Heaven is a real good deal. Real good deal. Real good deal. I thought about that. That's why it was funny that I was like bringing up music again. Boom, boom. You know, for example, let me smoke weed while I was working with him. Pretty cool. And y'all are, if you just tuned in, you're like, what is she talking about? There's no way she lived at the same time as Frank Zappa. Be able to smoke weed with him. I don't know. I feel like he died a few years ago. Like I still was pretty young. Um, didn't know the guy. No, no, no. Not what I meant, of course. But yeah, he died. He died in '93. I did not actually know. I already obvious to everybody. I'm just a necromancer. What do you mean by proving ground? Like, you kind of said it earlier, and I was like, oh, do you mean like when you prove yourself and take a stepping stone as a musician? But I didn't really catch your answer. Um, anyways, I think so. If you watch my stream the other night, I think it was the Some People Are Kind stream. I went in and did this graph of like what I would call the underworld and what other people might refer to with other names and a combination of those things. And I think it was really insightful. I think it was a really beautiful night. Good for you, Dom. I wish I had that energy. I only do covers at this point, and that's why I asked you for beats. And while I'm really busy, probably until Valentine's Day, and won't really have the chance to get to music, who knows? Maybe I'll put out a love song last minute. I love doing last minute, 24-hour, 48-hour. Listen, I probably won't sleep and just make a love song today. Fuck it. Fuck it. Okay. Okay. Relax. Relax. Who even is that? I'm like mirroring, mimicking someone's energy who's all like, meh, meh. And it's like way too fucking early for that, bro. Chill out, relax. And I'm not saying it's you, Dom. And I'm not saying it's you, ma'am. Okay? Okay, thank you. I forgot I was just stalling until that happened. Thank you. Okay, so going back in, a lot of the things that I've seen over time, I didn't really understand in the moment. And the more that I sit here and channel and learn from the various sources that come to me through tarot and other means, realistically, it starts to make more sense. And it's almost like I have the chance to elaborate on some of the things that I've been wanting to be able to express to people for the past, like, going on 4 years. Because I've talked about this like sporadically. I try to like sit down and tell the full story and say it all in one night and realize that was never going to happen. And then I like took a break from talking about it at all. And then I took a month off. And so now I'm back and I'm like integrating it into each reading, it seems like more and more. But we're starting to get to the maps. And it's crazy because you got to understand, like, I've been able to see this vision, and for a long time, I thought, well, everybody can see it, right? If this is reality, then like I cannot be the only one who knows. If we're all living it, like, what's the point in saying anything about it? And I was just kind of shy, and I was like, well, I don't know anything. This is dumb. Like, what do I have to teach anybody? If it's all there, then it's obvious, right? Everyone can talk to anyone. Duh. And I had the same attitude as I mentioned the other night with all of my skills. That's why I'm like, I'm not that good at drawing. And it's like, okay. I think I can draw. I like drawing. I can make art, So I gotta like ease up. And I realized that I've refined the skill to be able to do it, even if anyone could have a capability to, right? And so anybody can extend themselves into these simultaneous realities, sure, but not everyone does. And so that is the path to keep going. If anybody was looking for some inspiration, I also love to get funky, bro. That was sorry, that felt too personal, but it just fucking came out where I was thinking George Clinton, but he's still alive. And probably still shouldn't say stuff like that on the stream. Let's keep moving. It's giving Nico. It's giving Nico. Look at my hair. This is just perfect Nico. And it was not doing me well today. But that little part in the middle, with that, ooh, I don't do too much talking these days. Can you believe I didn't sing that song? Um, yes, yes, there's a difference between reciting music, playing music, writing music, and channeling. Like, I think a lot of people channel music and don't even realize it. It comes as like downloads for some people, but it's almost like it's computed elsewhere and moved, weaved through you, and it's your choice to take the song or not. And I'm like telling them, like, God damn it, I want my songs, I want my stuff finally, and they're like, good, take it. So get up here and do this shit. They're like, tell them what you already know before you keep going. And it's like, damn, dude, I know so many random things that I've been trying to put together. I try to use paper, I try to draw maps, I try to explain myself because it's like, what happened is the big question, right? And it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm trying to be able to put it together. But the way my brain is, I guess, is like, think what I would describe as, but not sure because I'm making this up, is like spatial reasoning and spatial thinking, where I like to kind of see everything spread out like this. And if I can't physically do that, I will visually do that and mentally do that. And I feel like one of those people, like on that show, I think it's like not librarians, but maybe librarians, where the chick has like this weird thing where she can like, see her thoughts or whatever. I'm like, I vibe with that. But then sometimes it's just straight up other people, like Frank fucking Zappa's show. Like I can see it in my mind's eye. Sometimes I can see it like where it's not a full blown image, but I can just see it before me in a sense where it's like if you could see the net, you could see whatever you wanted in it, but we've all mutually agreed to tune it out more or less. And so for people like me who do tune in, I come back and relay the messages so that things can go the way they need to, basically. And a lot of us do it in different ways. A lot of us go in on different in different perspectives, different realms, I guess. where some people use drugs and don't really do anything but be on drugs, but that's how they get their, you know, communications through this net, right? And that's when they visually see it, and that's why they like the drugs. They don't. I mean, some of them know it's there, but they think they would never be able to access it without, right? So, who knew that you would be sitting in my class? I'm talking about some of my lurkers. Is this what it was the whole time? Is that you didn't know what the fuck we were doing, and now you want me to explain it to you? You know how badly a version of me would have just fucking when I had that realization, or if I wasn't on camera in front of the whole nation. But I don't care. I'm abandoning my station because I got shit to do and I need a vacation. Okay, so she been talking about spitting. All she do was sitting, but I don't think anytime soon she'll be quitting. But I've also, yeah, I've also been told that I don't give a fuck anymore what they say. No two doctors have ever had the same fucking opinion. I think I'll take mine. Thank you very much. I'm the only one who's known me for 30 goddamn years. Shut the fuck up. Oh man, if y'all have not helped me yet, you're not about to help me now. What the fuck? Strange. You know what I mean? We gotta fucking organize a little bit, okay? Yeah, I do think I'm so fucking radical, and I do think I'm. How about that? How about that? Because I got an Aquarius moon, so it just makes sense because it's the star card, and that's Aquarius. Okay. But you're going international. Gonna call cops. Okay, relax. I get it. I say what? Sorry. I feel you. Sometimes I question that. I feel like everybody on my fucking stream low key is, but obviously, like, not obviously. I get a bunch of random diagnoses, and being assigned female at birth is very hindering to my um wellness journey in the medical field, as well as my corrupted, extensive, and blatantly honest medical history, where a lot of people just lie. I'm like, I never lie about nothing ever. Why the fuck would I lie now? In the moments where they've got me on prescription drugs, where I'm like, yeah, I don't even have the ability to fake it. What do you want from me? You drugged me and then asked me how many drugs I've taken. Jesus Christ. So my extensive history, you know, has gotten me laughed out of doctors' offices, right? Because they do just assume like it could be any of these things instead of realizing that I'm a competent human with like this crazy hormonal rage that I need help controlling, suppressing, or curing. And they're like, yeah, can't do it, but we can give you antidepressants. Like, no thanks. Gotta go. Exactly. They're like, you have BPD. I'm like, really? I think I have PMDD. And they don't think you can have PMDD unless you have ADHD, PTSD, yes, or autism, or some other kind of neural disorder, which would make it hard to handle fluctuating changes in your hormones. But yet, never was tested for autism, but y'all see me go off on my fucking special interests. Why do I know so much about so many random things? Because sometimes I just only have special interests for really short periods of time, and it's when I feel like I have to consume my thoughts, so I'll just consume them. I learn fast and I have a photographic memory, so I really only have to read things once to remember them a lot of times, and that's why I can vaguely recall a lot of information, and then I'm like, you'd have to fact check it, and it's always really damn close. So I'll never get help that I would need. I just stopped asking. You know what's really cute, y'all? My silicone Bigby cup that this angel Virgo woman bought me 5 years ago completely matches this silicone ashtray that I bought myself 3 years ago, and I didn't really ever have them next to each other until right now, and I just think that's like probably so the cutest thing ever. And I love that all you can see is pan colors because listen, I've always identified as bisexual. I love Virgo men in a way that I hate them. Good luck. I've I've been with, quite frankly, too many Virgo men. Too many. It was when at a time I had no idea about anything astrology, And then one day I was curious once I was learning about astrology and I looked retroactively and I was like, what is going on? Because I'm running out of people on this list. What the fuck's going on? There's so many Virgos here. Literally was like, oh my god. I had a type all along. Oh, it gives me nightmares now. What was that accent? Isn't that hilarious? But yeah, no, just try to stay away at this because I just am like, if I've tried so many, why would I keep trying? I don't even know. Virgo women, on the other hand, wow, wow, most beautiful probably ever, right? Yeah, no, I believe you. That's great. I'm not saying all Virgo men. I giggled because I'm like, yep, I know about some Virgo men, but my list perhaps is much different. But I do see a lot of beauty in Virgo, and I still like Virgos. Better off as friends. Yeah, right. Better off as friends for me because I feel like Virgo mutable energy in general, but not so much Pisces. Gemini energy comes in and out. They come in waves where there's like so much around me and then like just a little bit, but always some. And same with Sag, where I'll get saturated, but there's always like one at least. And same with Virgo, where it's like I know so many. I really fuck with the mutable signs. They help heavy with they like teach you to stand up for yourself. It's a great underrated dynamic between mutable and fixed signs, I think. But anyways, I can't remember what you said. You're a Sag, but you're both mutable. That's probably why y'all get along so well too. You vibe with each other instead of balance each other because you're whole, maybe without. You're freaking triple mutable. That's a thing in my life. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people close to me have been and are fucking triple mutable also, and I'm triple fixed. That's why we vibe. Alice. You know what's so funny? Do you ever get sick of do you get sick of Alice references? Because I really adore and fancy an Alice. And like fuck Lewis Carroll, but that means like nothing. Like we should still honor our girl Alice. She was a real person that he was fucking really insane, be creepy about. But Alice is still a badass. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Fucking love Alice. Go Ask Alice. Definitely a pivotal moment in my high school life. If you've ever read that. So it's one of those. It's the thing. It's the name that follows, right? I always fancy myself an Alice. But the song, White Rabbit. Go ask Alice. But my number one Alice reference, I was starting with that one to lead into my choice in Alice reference, would definitely be some string cheese. But if you not there, you're not there. I don't know. Going back to the flow. Okay. So we were talking about dreams and how I'm interpreting things differently and finally seeing things for what they are or what they've always meant to tell me. But all of a sudden, it's like everything just becomes heavy. Uh, when you speak the truth, it makes you feel lighter, but you feel lighter because you lessen the load by sharing what you're told, right, and what you are saying. But in a way, it's what you're meant to do because you have to rock the boat to know when it capsizes, right? So never be afraid to stand up and never be afraid to speak your truth or say what needs to be said for whatever is to come of you, right? And that's why I try to be real candid about who I am and not fuck around and mislead anybody into thinking I'm some righteously good, pious person just because I'm doing spiritual teachings on the internet. I'm never going to try to convince you that I'm better than anyone. So if anybody tries to convince you that I think that, just understand they think that. Um, I very much own up to a lot of the things I've done and things that I'm still like still working on. Like I said, a part of me or a version of me would want to snap this fucking whiteboard, but I didn't. The weed helps. There's probably better solutions, but it's all experimentation. What do you think my expectations are? I'm an experiment. Is that how you interpret that? That's interesting. I did say something about wanting to be goddamn social experiment, but I'm guessing I was already dealing with aliens at that point and they were doing something and they were like, don't publish this. Whole thing shut down. I said, I'm gonna do it anyway. And they're like, damn, you're bold, you're brave, you're beautiful. Let's go. And I was like, yo, I'm gonna go downward spiral, downward spiral for a long time. And they were like, I guess it makes it easier for us. And then, the torture commenced because abductions are not painless, even if they are not cruel, right? It still hurts to go up and down. It still hurts to float around, if you will. So when I was out of touch with what the fuck was going on, but I was like inadvertently consenting to, um, it was a pain in my ass, and I got nothing for it except for angry, depressed, alone, empty bag, no home. Yeah, not great times. In case that still wasn't clear for anyone who knows exactly what the thing about and just doesn't know what to say because they're all the regrets. What is this? Kind of like a dipper, right? I may have done it wrong, or it might be like the middle one and then that. Oh, who's this? Um, this. What sign is this? These are all the astrological, uh, uh, astronomical. What are they called? Configurations and constellations. Thank you. Um, and then looks like either Ram, Aries, or Seago, but I don't think they're all next to each other. Man, I have no idea whose that would be. Nope, that would be Aries, but I don't think they're, like I said, I don't think they just are mashed up. Wouldn't really know how to spot them. I'm not an astrologer or an astronomer. Um, I would, I didn't really register the comment that you made, and I love that because being alive is very much number one on the priority list every day. But I really do want to get to the bottom of this. I want to know who's this message is for before we move on. And in order to be a good person, you just have to actively choose to do good all of the time and know that you'll still do bad and be able to forgive yourself and others when they fuck up because that's what it takes to be good, as I've learned. But that might be coming from a bad person. A lot of people see me as the villain, and sometimes you just have to let them. Often identify, I think, most with Paranorman. I think I nailed it, except I'm not 12. So I'm gonna look up zodiac, zodiac constellations. Um, Looking like Gemini. I'm looking the most like Gemini. So if you're a Gemini and you were watching this when I had that extra message, it was for you. Maybe kind of like Virgo. A little bit like if you tilt it this way, it is Virgo actually. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a little off where it'd be like, but it's like Virgo. And then Aquarius is the one that was like Like if you excluded this dot, it would be Aquarius. It's not necessarily, it's almost like any of the open ones. So like Pisces is kind of, and Aries is kind of looking like that. But Libra has the same idea where it's not like every sign is coming up, but like the big ones, the first three, and then like maybe, oh, Scorpio is like if this had more dots. So I'm seeing those. Oh, Sagittarius is very similar. Yeah, I guess it depends on how you're looking at it. Mutable energy, though, for y'all. That makes sense. I kind of see that it would be Capricorn, though. It just, yeah, it just depends on how you look at it. You'd have to see for yourselves. If no, some people are like, what is she even looking at or talking about? I just felt like I was drawing a constellation, but I don't want to be the judge. Mutable signs are the ones Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, and the other one, Sagittarius. Yeah. So there's like the three modalities. Fixed signs are Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, and Scorpio, which is my big three. I'm hardcore. And then cardinals are Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn. Okay, so there's a picture of all the constellations, which what does this most look like to you? But imagine it from like all angles, because like I couldn't decide the more I like was looking at it, because like I drew it this way, but then I was like, if you go this way, which makes sense, it's like different each way. But if you think that's your sign, then there it is. It reminded me of a constellation. Right? I don't know if it was supposed to be a specific thing. Maybe it wasn't a zodiac constellation. No, y'all can assess it for what it is. Damn, we ran through that hour pretty quick. Got like 15 minutes left. Um. Okay, so anyway, I was just saying this the other day too, where maybe I don't want to say I took the road less traveled, but in a sense, it's like I perhaps did take a way that I knew was unpaved, and yet I traveled, right? So um, I'm not sure if regret is a word, but I think that I would far from suggest anyone follow the path of most resistance necessarily, or to abstain from working with other people, or simply accepting what's in front of you to an extent. I think it's okay to take what's there or what's offered to you, because sometimes that is the divine route, is to put it right in front of you. But sometimes we just maybe don't need it yet, or don't realize what it is, or whatever. We come back to it. You'd be surprised how many times that will happen in life. Okay. It becomes scribblings, but so you could, if you look at it from this way, it makes more sense, is what they're saying. Okay, so this is sort of like the grid, but it's like the chambers, the webs, this like net that hosts everything, and this, not necessarily a portal, but this basically like what we talk about the Trinity spots when we use, oh, sorry, y'all, can't even see what the fuck I'm talking about. So, wow, that makes so much more sense this way. I feel like that looks like G B something. I don't know, maybe like a Gabe or something. I don't know what that. It looks like Jabbar in the section, but close it doesn't look like as many letters. Okay, good night. It was very nice to meet you, Alice, and I hope that you have a wonderful, lovely time. And if you want to peep back for the replay, 3.5, I'll see you then. Right. Hope you join us again. So there's this net, and it's essentially like we talked about the other day when I drew the garden scape, I guess, and there was the net with the portal in the center. It's like that's how anything exists, and these are all connected at the tip and lead to others. So you can imagine that like things exist simultaneously on a web, so to speak. And then here's the portal, zoom out. So in this portal, it's the mall. So it's basically where things are created, essentially in dreams. But sometimes they will kind of go to other places via the net. And so we have this like mock reality, basically trying to teach us exactly how reality functions, and like we didn't get it. We just kept wanting more screens and technology and like letting people manifest reality for us by consuming it. And that's fine if that's how you want to live. Here I am, the audacity to say it because which is sort of a gray area. I agree. It is complicated to have to live under these constituents, right? Um, so the factory's here. Been in the mall once in a dream post accident. It was the most freaky, realistic shit I ever seen. It was the first time I saw figures or people that were like very up close and real, but were very unhuman, one eye or green skin. Like it was the first time I saw like that, like people, bipedal creatures walking around feeling as lucid as a regular human dream does. And I was like, what the fuck? Haunts me still. And I was on meds at the time, so it could have been that. But honestly, if I can do this on a dime, I feel like it was beyond that. So basically, because this is like a net or a portal, there is no up or down. I think it's just like easier to comprehend it at certain angles than others. But you have to imagine that if this is connected to another one, it's more of like a cylindrical patterns, right? Think about even like a complex DNA unit, but I don't want to go there right now. Um, so you have to have the generation sourced at the home, right? It's like, what? Who am I teaching this to, man? That sucks if y'all just pretend like this never happened, but it did. So good luck trying to fix it. And then it's generated above and once again extended into different realities depending on how you get there, is depending on how it leaves and where it goes and yada yada yada, where it can just travel on the net. So it's not that this reality is much different than any other reality that's ever been on this planet. It's just I don't think people have ever had a super good grasp on how this planet works. And I think people think a lot has happened recently, but it's only that it's becoming more obvious or people are more aware of it more recently. And it's okay to not understand it. It's okay to not understand its functions, but there is a reason that it has taken so long to be able to talk about it freely or to let people speak on the subject or whatever it may be, because it's a time that peace is coming. So, mm, and sometimes you have to recognize what the enemy truly is or what the enemy truly looks like, right? Um, and I can see how it could be, you know, right? But yet, something very divine about the whole process, right? It's not about, once again, breaking down any current systems or lighting shit on fire. So, sort of rhetorical at this point because you're just doing more damage to your cells than anything else. And it's really about compromising and having the tough conversations with one another and realizing, like, okay, maybe there's a reason, like, beyond inflation that this is happening, right? And I think it's interesting to watch this unfold in the year 2023 right now because it's like a lot of people didn't really think we'd get here. A lot of people think life did, should have, would have, maybe whatever was going to end in the year 2000, in the year 2012, and then we just keep going. So things are getting, of course, things are going to get more complicated. Literally, no one planned to get this far. No one's really quite sure how we got here. No one knows who to trust or what to trust anymore. We've got infinite resources at our fingertips and robots taking our jobs every day, literally at this point, because now a robot can replicate a fucking artist. And y'all feed the machine, and it's like you don't even think twice about it. Okay, 333. But here I am on the internet. So they're learning from all of us. They're learning from me. They're learning from you. And it's interesting. It's like, hasn't there already been a takeover? Welcome to the machine. Is it a problem if everybody's enjoying it? That's the most complicated part of it. But we're draining ourselves of resources that we didn't really tap into or know we had. So, and it's like, do we know how the planet functions, or does the planet create things for us to resource? And we don't understand how the planet functions, right? Kind of crazy to think about. I don't know why this is coming up right now. Feels like maybe somebody's freaking out. Somebody's freaked out by this conversation. I don't know why it came up. Um, Potentially someone has been fearing some sort of, I noticed in I don't remember if it was like the conspiracy chat. I just saw something about uh, one of my alien friends, alien researching, not alien identifying, um, alien researching friends posted something about the yolk thing. And I think we just have to realize that being 8 billion people on the planet, and we've been absolutely fucking wastelessly silly with our resources. And there's no way to tell the masses that our current systems in place, that they let be in place, mind you, that's, on them. But they have no way of telling us that there's just like having kept up with the demand this long is no longer sustainable. And there's like drastic shifts in culture and society, and because the slow roll didn't work, now they're like, get used to eating crickets, I guess. Cause like, what if we try to? You couldn't cut back. You wasted food. Fucking, you wanted one time use. Didn't want. I wish I had a Zippo. Why do I not use a Zippo? Why do I have used how many of these in my lifetime? That's why I am so certain to like not lose lighters. You know what I'm saying? I let one go because somebody gave it to me and I let someone else have it. But other than that, I try to keep track because it just becomes so, it adds up so quickly. So even if the top 1% is doing more pollution or more damage, we still have to recognize our part in it. And the part is that each one of us is a part of 8 billion, right? So, yeah, things are going to get pricier because we have been shipping food all over the world for like a long time. And y'all's wanted the fucking Amazon as fast as possible. Not super sustainable, right? Like, it's just how long can it last? And how long is it gonna last? And how are you just gonna rely on it until it literally blows up? Or can you make lifestyle changes literally every single day in every move you make to start cooperating with what exists in the greater universe and what needs to start existing more on this planet? Because humans have this weird concept of nihilism mixed with corporatism, and it's like, just change, just be ready for change. Like, of course things are going to change. It's 20 supposed to like theoretically happen. Who even knows where we are? Who knows who's here? um the greatest thing you'll ever learn is to be loved, and to be loved in return is to love and be loved in return. I think I'm having MDD thoughts mixed with the spiritual thoughts, but I have to recognize that like these moments are intense. But earlier this evening, it was all recompense. So, um, sometimes I get dysphoric. At this point, I noticed a lot of people are tuned in. Hello, everyone, but anyone who's been chatting with me over the course of the evening have gone quiet. know if many of you have fallen asleep to the soothing sounds of my voice and overall intensity. If so, thank you so much for tuning into this stream. At this point, I could keep going, but I'm going to take a bit of a break at this ad since it's quiet. If y'all are still here, I'll check back after 3 minutes. I'm going to take some time to stretch, walk around, get some water, maybe even eat. By the time I come back, we'll have another uninterrupted hour if anybody's up for it. I feel like the conversation's been interesting, and it's not necessarily a dream conversation in a very cliche sense. It's not necessarily dream interpretations or really a dream reality or dream realm or whatever we intended to make this. And I'm really not sure who is cursing me to hell, but I promise you, I'll be there. But I'll far from be suffering, okay? I love you. I'm going to take some breaks. Like I said, if anybody is actually there, tune in. I will keep talking to y'all. If you're like, hey, I'm listening, but if everybody fell asleep or it's simply lurking, it's a little awkward for me. Let me know. I will come back on. Stay with me through the ads. Like I said, I'm probably going to be absent for a chunk of minute during this ad break, unlike last time where I chat between. So, let me know what's up, and I'll be back. Yeah, okay. So I'll be back and at least keep you company, source. Um, Taking my break now. Thanks. Okay. Hello. I go in the chat for a second, I guess, or should we just stick in the tarot lane? I don't think I'm actually gonna pull out any cards, and I don't know. Let's see where we go. Let's chat. Good morning, everybody. Think of this as my News Radio 950 energy. If you know, you know. So I do typically stream on the tarot category because I feel like the conversations are interwoven with tarot most nights, and I switch. Hi. Glad you finally made it. I'm surprised you joined so late. It's not peculiar to stay up late, but to join late seems like, wow, I hope you had a great night. Is that Kirby? Oh, I love him. I love Kirby. Always my choice in Super Smash Bros. Yo. So I guess the reason I said how vague is that question because you're like, do you only do tarot readings? It's like, no. Like, I mean, I write, I drink water, I stream. I didn't like it. I do art, so it's like I didn't know what context. Nice, it's going. Like, ooh, it's supposed to be 4:20, so you got here just on time. We love that. Um, so yeah, that was kind of why I said big question. But if you make categories, typically I do stream on tarot. I randomly will get into phases where I do the art category because I'll do like my little angel numbers sometimes. I did this on stream. I did this on stream. I may have started this on stream. I don't remember, but I don't do it very often. I get like spurts of it. That's cute. I'm a Kirby purist. I totally get it. I'm glad to have you. Hope you had a good night out. Seems like you got home. Good to know. Um, I've experimented with just chatting, but I don't seem to draw the right crowd. Where it seems to be mostly like dudes who just want to act whiny instead of people who want to have philosophical conversations, even if it's not tarot related. So the tarot category tends to draw the crowd that I'm looking. If that thoroughly answered your question. 420 Bros, let's rip the ball. How's it going, everyone? Nice to meet you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. This is at 420, bro. Damn. Had to take the cash bowl challenge. It is definitely cash. Always easier to empty that way, or so I think. Just a quick recap of the night. What's been going on? We were supposed to talk about dreams. Okay, that looks like weed though. We were talking about dreams vaguely. Didn't really get into dream interpretations. Introduced the new deck, but didn't actually draw cards from it. I did the personal reading. I don't know if it hit hard enough for me to accept. I think I need more practice with it before I bring it on stream. I think I really need to understand it for what it truly is and realize that the depth behind the Akashic records is of magnitude, I suppose. And it's not to be rushed. But I've introduced it, so I'm going to work with it today. I'm probably going to reset it and get to know it better before I rush into it. Do a reading for myself, maybe a couple other people. But it'll more or less be for past lives and dream interpretations, right? So both of those are really personal, and I'm not really sure how I'd work them into the channel at all. But I've said that or thought that about so many of my decks or so much of what I do in general. Of like, oh, but how will I? I always find a way. Like, always find a way. This is like the never ending bowl of cash goodies, bro. Um, Keep my bong super clean. I keep my bong super clean. I do need to change the water though. Wish I could get the collectin in the middle out better, but the hard bong to clean. Pulled it right through. I've sacrificed so much weed to this bong by keeping it as clean as I do. So funny. It's not perfect, but it's a lot cleaner than some of the bongs I've smoked in my past or my youth. Amen. Um, yeah, so it feels a little more chill. It's late, it's early, I don't think I'm gonna get hype on tarot and conspiracy theories for shifting. Yeah, I totally get it. Um, yeah, leave it on and I'll soothe your ass to sleep right now because this monotone voice is gonna put us all to bed. Can't imagine how much later I'm gonna stay up. I did have my little sandwich. I still am sipping on my coffee. Um, Good night to you. Yeah, I love that. I feel like that's pretty big Virgo energy in a sense. Um, okay, so I do want to discuss it, right? Like, I feel like I never really studied or researched it, as I embarrassingly or not admitted earlier that I thought it was a physical thing at one point. Um, right. Which, the source for the only reason you don't consider it an astral plane is because you source it from within. But if you can understand the way you connect to the cosmos, you might still consider it an astral plane. And just because you have access to it, because we can see it, hear it, feel it, interpret it, doesn't necessarily mean it's not astral, just because it's part of our projection, right? So I got pretty into like discovering some of my past lives in the past few years. And I'm sure it's happened in my lifetime. There's always been people where I'm like, something about them, but was never really spiritual and was more religious. And I always liked the idea of reincarnation and past lives and heaven. Like it was like, I was always a believer. I was always wanting to believe, right? Very Fox Mulder of me. I wanted to believe, and so I did. And now I, get to do this essentially longer road than it sounds like. But um, in more recent years, I recall probably it probably started in 2015 without me realizing it, is when I started to realize that I was meeting maybe past lives connections and seeing certain things, or like, I don't know, I just will never forget coming upon the entity of Cthulhu, which most people probably don't even think he's real and think H.P. Lovecraft is like some kind of insane, sci-fi novelist or however you would describe it. And I'm like, no, I've definitely, yeah, no, I get it. I've seen it. I'm with it, you know. Um, but that's up for interpretation, of course, as the mind will bend what the eyes do see, right? That's the whole concept of eyes, literally, or vice versa. But no, yeah, the mind bends what the eyes see. So you gotta think, right? It was 2016. I fucking encountered someone where I was starting to get into like I had already been reading tarot, but I was becoming more open to the concepts that I once wanted to believe in and was affirming those things for myself. And that's when I started to encounter, I feel, past lives. Oh, I love that. See, it is this like it's like an element. You said element. Yeah, I think I agree. It's like an element source. It's the same stuff that comes out of Donnie Darko's chest, probably. That would make sense because I saw that dude. I had a day. It was crazy. That makes sense. That makes sense. I love that. Space or sky. It's giving Fifth Element vibes. Yeah, for sure. I love that. Akash. Um, And so the record is held in the Akash. That makes sense. It's like all coming together, all putting it together. It's very beautiful because it means so much to me to know that a lot of what I've been going through, if I would have spoken up sooner, I could have realized many people believe and even, you know, revere or respect. And I've been missing that part of my life where people were not only accepting of the way I live or see things, but in agreeing to it. That's it's something that Twitch has really shown me over the past year. Has made me even more unabashedly myself. whereas perhaps perceived as an internet persona, which to an extent it is. Um, I really do love what I do. I love that I get to do it for real. Um, but yeah, I think this natural step is realizing that there has been a very big fixation on past lives. So 2016, I met someone, and then 2017, I met someone, and each of my past lives was getting further back, right? And it's funny because someone I met in 2017, doing the math, I met them earlier than that, but then I also predated their past life connection and to much earlier. And it's like, damn, some of these go really far back. But then 2019, okay, 2018, I may have dealt with people from a past life, but it felt like I was just drunk that year. I don't know how else to describe with bar hopping, like job wise, not necessarily being clientele, but no, I was still trying to make that lifestyle work for me. It doesn't. I hate fucking alcohol. I hate getting drunk. It's just never gonna be my scene, right? It shouldn't be a bartender. It's silly because I like doing it. I enjoy the job, but my bars of choice just not good for my health. Amen. And I love them. I love them all, but I can't do that anymore. So 2019, I started to realize that if we could see past lives, or the Akashic record had record of past lives, and theoretically I'm someone who kind of does conceptually. Oh, okay, that's funny because I'm talking about time travel. Don't know if you're interested. I was literally, the sentence I was saying when your message was relayed to me is that I am someone who receives time travel as thank you. Esoteric Jizza. I love that name. Sorry if that was creepy as fuck. I don't know where that came from. Somebody else probably got really excited about it too. I'm not doing tarot right now. If you're just joining me on my channel, you'll always know when I'm actively doing tarot or having a channeled message moment. It'll be the turquoise screen and it's over here, and the chat moves to being over here. And when it's the big pink box, we're just talking whatever comes up, and I'm answering any questions you have and talking to people. Thank you. I love that energy. It's a key here to just be here for the vibes, because people who come just for tarot and just to get a reading really kind of fuck up the vibe, and we don't deal with it that well because I'm not always like super friendly, because I don't know that I necessarily believe in politeness as much as I believe in manners, you know, because I'm not going to say, can you please be quiet, because that would be being polite. I'm going to say, please shut the fuck up, because I'm asking you, please, but shut the fuck up, you know, not you, you get the vibe, you get it. So I was about to say, right before you walked in, I was saying that I'm someone who definitely perceives time travel as a plausible, if not present, existing concept. But I think the way we perceive time travel is incorrect. So I don't think it's as simple as taking your body somewhere in another time. It's like that's not necessarily possible, because the way that we are bound to human flesh, being as temporary as it is, the human body 100% would never be able to actually sustain time travel. Um, but theoretically, you could have other means to visit certain times. And in the future, they might, I mean, human bodies could evolve to be more capable and adaptable to the ever changing space time, because our environment as we know it is slowly sort of breaking down. And rather than be scared of the end of the world, we just basically have to reckon with the fact that this is evolution and our genetics are getting stronger, and we evolve in our own individual timeline as much as we do over the course of time. And so we have to realize that every action we make, every step we take, we are progressing humanity regardless of our offspring, regardless of our successes or wins, regardless of individualism. We collectively are tapped into the Akash, right? So theoretically, and we can see anything we want. It doesn't mean you get to relive it. It doesn't mean you get to go back and change it. It doesn't mean, it just means you get to access time. But hey, Jimmy, you're joining us so late. So did fucking Polaroid. That's so odd that I've been streaming for so long and y'all are usually here at the beginning till the end and y'all showing up when I'm still going for like no reason other than it's fucking popping at 4:20-ish in the morning. Exactly. They have to see now as yeah, I get it. You know, the running joke slash new name of my channel is Insomniacs Anonymous. If you rewatch this stream, you'll hear us reference it a few times, you goofball. Um, Space-time is alive and we are in it. I mean, we're in the solar system. We know that. We're a planet in a line of other planets that revolves around a fucking gaseous sun. Like, we absolutely are interconnected with this thing. And then we pretend like we just avoid and evade all rules that apply to everything else in space except for on Earth or for humans. And then to think we're like the all knowing, all being, most immaculate form of evolution and like no other planet anywhere else in the fucking solar system could have life forms like us, as if we're that great. We can barely sustain our own climate. We can barely sustain our own planet. We can barely survive as individuals. Why would you think that we are prime specimen or as good as evolution's ever gotten in an ever expanding space? That's like how could you think that humans are peak evolution? That's like so crazy. We haven't even moved past 4. We what? No, I don't think it's just like reachable. I think it reaches you. I think that's what Donnie Darko was about. And I think like this is the thing. If you can watch Donnie Darko, and maybe I just gave it away. I don't know. It's Donnie Darko always made sense to me, and that sounds really bad because I don't think that's really the type of person you want to aspire to be. And I very much reckon with the fact that once again, talked about this earlier, some of the things I say and do, I would never be able to get away with as a man. And it has always made me empathize with men because, of course, I always thought I was trans, but still might be. Who knows anymore, right? I think I just am comfortable in androgyny, but that is rude as fuck. Because one, I'm not. Two, my shit is so washed out. How can you even tell? Three, I just naturally have jaunt cheeks. But four, I think the biggest thing is that I have pink eyeshadow on, and that's why I look deadish. It's makeup, sweetie. It was a look earlier. I did my makeup like over 12 hours ago. It's just not that good of makeup. Don't be sorry. It's just like honestly, you'll know when I'm tired and you'll know what my tired looks like. This ain't it. Yeah, I do too. Look, this is like I do contouring on my face. I have one dark thing that goes shoo. I'll do my makeup on stream again sometimes. I would randomly do that, but I upgraded on my makeup and I haven't shown you guys yet because anybody who saw any of my makeup videos would be like, "This is disgusting." And I thought it was kind of funny because it's just like that's who I am as an artist, but it's my face, so I'm pretty good about my skincare routine and the products I use. But the makeup is very experimental. So far, I'm doing okay. Skin's okay. Because I trust the universe isn't gonna give me anything that's gonna like really hurt me, right? I trust the universe is gonna give me stuff that's gonna do well for me. And yeah, I'll have to show you that it's not really contouring in the sense of like putting a whole bunch of layers and a whole bunch of colors. I just do a light contour, and I was like, "Ooh, my face looks so jaunt when I do that." And then like when I didn't do it, I was like, "Fuck, that's just my actual cheeks, man." So I yeah, and even if I wasn't wearing the eyeshadow, my eyelids are pretty pink. I just kind of do look like I'm on drugs for whatever reason, and maybe it's a smoke weed. Probably more likely because I'm a little anemic because my insanely heavy flows. Sorry if you didn't know. I talk about my PMDD cycles on this channel. Get over it. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like this is all usually red anyways, even without the pink fucking eyeshadow. But this doesn't help. Why are you on the floor? I'm glad you circled back to Donnie Darko. I don't know what Storm of the Century is, but yeah, okay, so I get it. If I was a dude, y'all would think I was a total douchebag because like The first time I watched Donnie Darko, I didn't get it because I was like 15. The second time I watched Donnie Darko, which like I can't even remember, probably when I was like 19 and going through some shit, and people literally called me Grandma Death. So I revisited the movie and I was like, oh. And it was like grossly verbatim, where it was like, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. Um, but then for the following 10 years, everyone said, ha ha ha, stop trying to understand Arco. Leonardo doesn't make any sense. He said it didn't make sense, blah, 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 blah. It's because theoretically time travel doesn't make sense. So you just have to kind of say you're wrong and pretend like you don't know what you're talking about. So maybe I'm the Antichrist, you know? It was a Donnie Darko joke. Maybe watch the movie, okay, before you call me douchey. At least I can clean a vagina. I don't really even. It's. I mean, yeah, yeah, but come on, you shouldn't use douches though on vaginas. Is the irony. But like, if I'm a douchebag, I'll clean it out. Okay, okay, relax. Oh, hey, maybe I am a douchebag? What? Thanks, man. Glad you kept it honest. Also, what is your sun sign and your pronouns? Before I keep unconsciously gendering anybody, which is it's a pretty easy habit. Oh, I wrote a book about being the Antichrist like 10 years ago and then like severely regretted it because my life the following 10 years was quite hellish. But honestly, I've come out at the other end being like, yeah, I could understand where Jesus was coming from. And he's like, brethren. And I'm like, John Lennon. And he's like, yeah, basically the same guy. Come with us. And here I am. But I don't even really know. I don't know. Sag, Cap, Cusp, he, him. Okay, man was right. Um, Although sometimes it's more of a proverbial man, right? The man. When you say Sag Cap cusp, I would like to know what day because I feel like the Sag Cap border is very iffy, where I feel like it goes so late into the year. Where I know people who are like on the 23rd, they're like, I'm a Sagittarius. And I'm like, so you're telling me cap season doesn't start until the 24th? I don't think any other sign, except people have the same debate with Libra, Scorpio transition, where sometimes October 23rd, Scorpio, sometimes still Libra. So it just depends on the year, I think, when it actually goes into the sun. And so your birth time would really tell you based on that day. I think it's probably more Sag because I feel like that's the thing. It's like the cutoff you would think is the 22nd and then the 23rd is cap season. But yeah, I'm guessing, okay. It's always been Wankersham? I was like waiting to see if you had a follow-up message, and I was like, beep, 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 beep. And it was like, yeah, definitely. But you seem really aggressive and like almost a familiar energy. So it was like this moment of like, am I supposed to just like say? Um, Probably a lot of times have done that. I think in the past I used to do it more without realizing what it was or what I was doing, if that makes sense. Because kind of like as I discussed, it was just one of those things where I didn't really understand what I was doing, but I've always been doing it just from the sheer fact that I went to Catholic school and they practiced necromancy because they would hang a dead body on a cross in every single one of our classrooms and then tell us to pray to it. So I learned necromancy at a very young age. It was just called prayer. And it's like not all prayer is necessarily necromancy because some prayer is dedicated to connecting to a higher power like God or Allah. But to pray to Jesus's dead corpse when Jesus is also the guy who brought himself back to life, which is hardcore necromancy. But technically, necromancy involves any reanimation of the dead. So what I do reanimating them by you like channeling them or being possessed by them and drink his blood. Exactly. So I learned necromancy at a really young age. So I think before I registered Catholicism's true nature, which is very much witchcraft, was just something I align with. I like it so much more now that I'm away from the church and know the practice and like know that I put my blood, sweat, and tears into everything I ever wanted. I've been doing this my whole life and my heart has never changed. And God knows that. Jesus knows that. John Lennon apparently knows that. And I hope that everyone knows that no matter how bad of things I've said, bad of things I've done, which, like, listen, I've said the most horrible things that basically anybody that I've said anything horrible to, I have said the most horrible thing they've ever heard. Okay. But it's also like the best things I've ever said to anyone are like the best things they've ever heard. And that extremeness comes from one, PMDD, right? And two, PTSD, right? Having this like reactionary time. Honesty is everything. My delivery wasn't always great because I didn't know what was going on with me. So I think back in the day, I did hurt people's feelings and I was very brutal. Now I check in and make sure how important a message is before I say something about it. Is where I get to. Because you have to know when to intervene and like what is worth saying and how people will perceive something or whatever the case may be. And I think a lot of times I try to say stuff that it's not that I hear, but I try to say like, God, it's hard to explain. Um, yeah, well, they want you to pull the cards, but it's not. Well, yeah, if they're signing up for the reading, they have to just kind of accept that that's what's going to happen. And one time I did a reading for a couple, and I said, something will arise at this time. If you, don't do X, Y, and Z to take care of it, it will, dissipate, like kind of destroy the relationship or pull you apart. And, one of them got mad at me, and the other one was like, cool, good to know. I don't think they ended up together. But that's because only one of them heeded the warning. It's not a prediction. It's just like a foretelling. It's foreshadowing, And you get to change the story because then if you take the advice, I don't know why my hair got so messy. I must have shaken it up, huh? If you take the advice, if you hear the message for what it is and how you're meant to perceive it, and go with it, lean into it. I don't know. You never want to take anything too seriously, but um, you also have to kind of like got distracted. Somebody must have just woke up or something. Um, well, that's kind of what I do too, channel messages. That's what I'm saying. Like I've interrupted people's days to be like, your dead loved one has a message for you. Do you want to hear it? And they're like, sometimes like not really. And I'm like, okay, guess I gotta just let that one go. It sucks to get rejected. Sometimes you gotta ask. And don't say your gut's usually right because you gotta really practice with your intuition and get the confirmation you need to know that you can trust it. Like listen, I've been playing memory match games since I was a child, and I've always been good at them. Having a photographic memory helps, but also when you can't remember, it's about trusting your intuition. Same with standardized testing. Sometimes you have to literally just think logically and be able to say, okay, which one is it most likely to be? I gotta guess that one. That's all part of building your intuition. You can't just jump in to a tarot deck and assume that everything that comes to you is going to be correct. I don't think it was necessarily a bad move, especially because when it comes to people's relationships, like at some point your friend's gonna have to get over that person or whatever. Right, and that's fine. If you follow your gut, you probably got a healthy gut, my dude. If you're doing good, you know what I'm saying? Um, but just make sure you're doing things to practice your intuition. Honestly, Polaroid, it seems like you have a pretty strong connection to dead musicians, and that's probably guided you intuitively more than maybe you think. I don't know. I feel like you were talking about, did you bring up Lil Peep? And then we also talked about Kurt Cobain. I feel like that you might have like a sort of like, yeah, you understand how to revere the dead, and sometimes they give helpful hints. Yeah. So, no, I think it's okay, Jimmy. I think it's okay. I mean, they probably have someone to get over, and they need to accept that the other person is like taken or married or whatever the fuck, and move on, and that's why they needed to hear it. Um, I love that. I don't know much about crows. Are the I want to befriend the crows so fucking bad, dude. I don't know anything about that. Somebody else brought it up. I think it's in the new deck, but we haven't used the new deck yet. Jimmy, it was you. Yeah, earlier today, before Polaroid got here, before you got here, and Space Bat hasn't been here today. I was talking about how I was talking to three people. And I was like, it was Polaroid and Space Bat and someone else. I don't know why I can't think of who it was or their name or anything right now. And they were all 20, 20, and 19 or something. And that's why it came up was like the draw of the youth because someone was like 18 in the chat. And I was like, damn, I thought my settings were like set to higher than that. No offense, y'all. You're not forgettable. I look, there's like 250 people that watch this channel. I do a pretty good job. You are a mutable sign. You're not a Virgo, right? You're a team no sleep. You're not the Gemini. Gemini Scorpio vibes. Why can't I remember? You're new. Sorry. You're new, Jimmy. I'm just it just hit me though, because then I was like talking to you too. I'm like, oh yeah, this is this is what we did the other night too. When we talked about dreams, right? That's why I was trying to remember specifically during the dream conversation. And now that I'm saying it out loud, was it you three when we decided this stream was going to be about dreams in the first place? Is what I was getting at, not just the age thing. Came up twice, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like remember you. I just like was trying to recall. Are you Irish or French or whatever? No need to be emo. Space Bat was a Sagittarius. Irish goodbye was my joke. Not that weird if you're Irish. You know what I mean? Okay, so sorry, clickety clank. Can't do that right now. That's way too much to take on the last fucking been doing this for 5 hours, but damn, my hair looks really good. I started off the day with not a good hair day and ended it with a full blown Nico. I love it. It's okay. I can't even like begin to unpack that question because I don't know how much I understand it, but I'm 5 hours into the stream. Don't explain it. Save it for another day. We'll go back to the dead, but today we're talking about dreams anyways. Yeah. Um I think earlier, yeah, and it's you, so of course, but no. Yeah, so I was drawing another map. I That's what I'm saying. I stalled out the conversation because I was like, man, the people who requested it aren't here. But it's like, I don't know. Everything comes up as it does for a reason. We talked to Frank Zappa and Captain Beefheart. Y'all missed that one. It was pretty insane. Dreams, the original VR, is amazing. Yo, I really fucks with you, Esoteric Jezza. Very fun. I guess I'll just stick with Jezza, but you seem like really fun, and I already can't remember. Oh, you're the Cusper. I didn't even save that question for a reading. Yeah, we're the forum. If y'all aren't already signed up and a member on my freaking website, it's absolutely free. I think you can link your Google account, which is kind of ironic because I'm trying to make the anti-billionaire social media, even though like the only one we like is Mark Cuban. That's fine. Anyways, it's illymilly.com. I can just put it in the chat and you can sign up to be a member of my website. And honestly, I'm probably going to add more criteria. And by the way, if you sign up with not a name and just an email, you will not get approved to be a member if I cannot easily identify you in the way that you would have come across my website. You won't get approved. But yeah, I'm gonna probably add some stuff. Its website's pretty far down on my list of things to do most days. So, but you can sign up and be a member now before it's cool. and be like, I was there in the beginning when there were no posts and when there were no people and when there were no anything. Listen, my website looks so much better on my PC, on a PC, than it does on a mobile because I made it on my laptop and designed it to, and then didn't even think about looking at it on a phone. It looks way better on the desktop. There's so much content on there too. You can see like one of my past streams. Thank you. You can listen to all of the music I've ever released, except for this. Well, no, I think it's like everything I've made, pretty much. And um, you can watch my short-lived web series that I want to revive someday. But obviously, I'm really just like probably too busy for a while to do that, especially because I hate editing so much. Um, you can definitely read like my blog post, but then you can find my vocal page if you click through. That's always fun. Poetry contest stuff. And you can see lots of pictures of me, my art, and a bunch of other stuff. My website is kind of fun, but yeah, just seems like I hate having to. It's good to plug, obviously. Y'all know how it is. It's this life that I live. However, it does feel so disingenuous to have to push it when we talk about all these radical ideas and shifting society and smoking weed and then turn around and be like, yeah, but capitalist corporate society. Ew, it's so cold. It's pretty cold here, but not that cold. Um, my Canadian friends, I'm so sorry. Fucking sucks. I'm sorry. 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 I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. We're from Michigan. We grew up making these kind of jokes all the time. Sorry about that, eh? Uh, we kind of like all been to Canada, you know. That's, you know what's weird? I don't know if you were like silently watching and just waited to follow me for a long time, but we had that conversation earlier about how capitalism isn't necessarily the problem because free market capitalism just allows us to quantify all of our goods and services on a mutual basis that is or should be determined by the person providing that service or good, but we rather live in a structure of corporatism. And the corporatism is the problem, not the capitalism. Capitalism could function just fine if there wasn't entities that were making rules, breaking laws, and doing whatever they wanted under the guise that no one person is at fault or responsible for anything they do, and they are reckless and are allowed to make as many mistakes as they want because they have so much domain, because they have so much power, and because they have so much money, and because they have no personal sense of responsibility nor human autonomy as a corporate entity. So that's, yeah. And always remember that the police were once upon a time just slave patrol, and when slaves were no longer legal, they became police. So that's why we are fucking putting our fucking money down on Mark Cuban. The one good guy, maybe, right? He's fighting Big Pharma at least. Cool. I was assigned cat at birth, or a female at birth. I was assigned female at birth. You guys, have you even looked at my merch? I'm gonna link you to this really funny shirt that I like that I made. My merch is print to order, so it's not like custom handmade shit. I'm not like Etsy cool. I just like to design stuff, and a lot of it is some of it is handmade art, some of it's digital collage, some of it's a combination. Y'all gonna love this. I was assigned cat. No, it's just because I was assigned female at birth. Cat, pussy, pussy, vagina, vagina, female. I was assigned cat at birth. Baby, I was born this way. No matter black, white, or beige, I'm made. I'm on the right track. Baby, I was born to be brave. No matter something just love yourself and you'll set them on the track, baby. I'm on this way. Yeah, I don't know. Um, Literally at this point, I'm like, look at my merch. But once again, it's like, I don't know. Nobody really does buy it. Nobody really does appreciate the art I make. So I figured if y'all do watch my channel, maybe you're the people who will like my merch. But I guess it's just whatever I like, and that's what really matters. And I know Polaroid has scrolled through very much of it because he at least got to the shoes. So I was pretty proud of everything I did. And that's okay if it amounted to just me being proud of myself, for instance. But, of course, the hope will always be that it could generate something more than me. Who wouldn't want that? Except for you see people who simply wouldn't want that. you know? That's okay. You've seen it all. No, I mean, kind of same. Not really, but like I feel you. It's not always in my budget to buy from people. That's why I've always operated with trade deals because it just seems like I can't always give you currency, and that's like why capitalism should essentially or needs to be flexible is for the reason that a lot of us don't make enough to even cover our basic expenses that they exploded. But again, once again, the way we've been living is unsustainable and we probably will eventually run out of resources, and that's why they're making it a little bit harder, making us think twice about how we spend our money and how we use our resources because they're like we got to do something to curb the habit, and all this fucking scare has been called propaganda over the years. Global warming isn't real, blah 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 blah. Reality is it's not sustainable for 8 billion people. We gotta like just cut back a little and deal, like simple as that. um It's been hard times. It's like everybody's adjusting to this sort of like new reality even, and it's like maybe there's not always room for people like me to survive in these days and age because sometimes you need survivors to be more physical, right? And it's going to be the tradesmen that save the world. It's going to be the people who are hands-on, organic, and learning and knowing what to do when it all comes. Um, Not that it will. It's just like there's this weird hopefulness and a bit dystopian where it's like I personally have faith that people will get their shit together, and I personally will try to hold as many of them accountable as I possibly can, which is why I get on here and remind people to try to change their everyday practices. Listen, best I can do. Look, I make coffee at home most of the time and use a reusable cup. That's great. I may have to get gallons of water based on, where I'm at, but I don't get water bottles that are only 12 ounces. I'm still using a Bic, but it's the same goddamn Bic I've had for the same X amount of months. And of course, I really am going to invest in a Zippo when it's in the budget. It's not about, you know, they say 8 billion people doing it perfectly. It's 8 billion people doing the damn thing or whatever, you know? Yeah, I mean, essentially, if you ever died, you're always dead, and so on. That's kind of the conundrum with life and time travel, ironically. Yeah, we're well beyond capable. A lot of people just like haven't paid attention, and there's many reasons why. It's just like since the shutdown of the world, even though the shutdown for the whole world really only lasted for 2 weeks, and then everybody was kind of on different timelines after that and had different variations of shutdown and other things going on, it did force everyone in that 2 week period to really take a look at their life, and it made them want to reestablish connections and catch up with old friends and do all these old activities and get in touch with their hobbies. And then when they were no longer feeling bored and were able to just waste time again. Many people did, while others were like, actually, kind of like this life I'm living. I kind of like integrating my hobbies. I kind of like being able to have time off. I like staying home. I like doing this and that. Right. Where are you? I don't know where you are. It's been like a couple years. It depends on where you are in the country. Oh, yeah, okay. Y'all probably contained it a lot better if we did, but I don't know. Maybe I'm making assumptions. Maybe it's still rampant. I don't know. It just, it, yeah, I imagine. Probably was worse to be in China, though. It did force people to really take a look at things, but a lot of people took it for granted and they saw it as this temporary thing that happened and now it's over. But what they really needed to realize is how quickly people were getting agitated being in the house, how quickly people were trying to take resources. Thank you, Mungus. What's up? Hello, Leet. What's up? Yeah, I speak Leet, bro. Have you been on the internet since 1994 or what? Okay, to be honest, I don't think I've been on the internet since 1994 because I was born in 1982. But you get it. It's a vibe, bro. Hello to you. Good morning. Yeah, I'm old. I'm old. You're older than almost everyone who's chatting on this channel right now somehow. My 21 and up thing apparently just didn't apply on Twitch. Yeah, sorry babies. I'm gonna call y'all out. Anyways, we were just saying something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I really enjoy my life. No. Anyways, future reference, pink box means we're just chatting, taking questions, and having philosophical conversations of any kind. Turquoise box means we're doing tarot. Never do personal readings on my channel, though. You can always book on my website if you want to. Um, but yeah, I enjoyed the time too, but not everyone did. And then people really took for granted what was happening and assumed that it was a one time thing instead of realizing that, yeah, society could collapse at any moment and might even be collapsing when we realize how quickly something as simple as a pathogen or a virus could spread throughout the world and completely kind of like take down society as we know it. Um, that's great. Um, and so it's like, how did you interpret that information? Some people were like, let's just black it out and go back to being business as usual. Some people were like, actually, I think I want to keep living that way. And some people, I mean, perhaps such as myself, were like, damn, things are a bit more serious than I really wanted to think about them. I've always been a bit of a revolution now girl style type person. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even have to be a virus. It's any type of societal collapsing and how quickly it falls down. And that was like an emergency drill that ended up being very serious and still killing millions of people. And yet the population is still 8 billion. And yet they try to sell you on this idea that infertility rates are higher than they've ever been. Okay. So is the fucking population. Who gives a shit? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm blessing anybody who wants to have a baby, by all means, have one. Good luck to you. Infertility be damned. But this really, why is that of concern? Why is that of concern? There's too many fucking people. And the infertility rate probably increased because the population increased. That's just how it works. It's like the same. How are those both simultaneously true? There's more people on this planet that has ever been on this planet, which, yes, is way too many. And yet you tell me that infertility is a problem? Hard to believe, man. It's like hard to believe, you know? Like it's how is this even conspiracy? This Wi-Fi. I'm so sorry, Polaroid. Good luck to you though, brethren. You can always watch the replay. Um, it's just kind of ridiculous for people to have experienced something as drastic and something as universal as this like quarantine situation with this virus that we all went through. Yeah, there's plenty of hungry babies on the planet. I agree. I never want to breed. I'm all about other people doing what they want to do and experiencing their karma the way they're going to. Because you can choose kids and get other people involved in your karmic relations or your karmic experience. And if you can't go through it, you can watch them go through it, or you can get through it and teach them how to get through it, right? Right. I'm just like, yeah, not about it. I mean, but I'm all for supporting the youth and, helping them learn about life in the ways that a lot of times parents simply can't do because they literally have to take care of all their basic survival needs. And so at the end of the day, that shit is really exhausting. I would never want to do it. That's why it's like I commend y'all for doing it, but also I'm not gonna congratulate you. I mean, it's like congrats, but it's like a choice, right? Especially in the situation we're in. So it's like a supportive thing, but it's also like something that's just like everything they tell us about all of it seems like very skewed. And I feel like we all need to sit down and rethink some things and talk about it more instead of having this mentality of like, don't tell me how to raise my kids when there's like school shootings all the time. So who's raising them? Like, I mean, like, you know, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to talk about stuff like that, right? We have to stop idealizing it and saying like your parents did the best they could. Sometimes they needed to do better, kid. It's okay, and that goes for adults with wounded inner child, right? Whether you have kids of your own or not, everybody was a child at one time. So the child in you needs to understand and stop giving the rhetoric of like, oh, they did the best. Sometimes they need to do better. That's okay. That's not on you. Now you can do better. That's kind of the point. That's kind of where it's at. That's kind of the karmic cycle of it, right? Um, it's never been a holier than thou thing, but I feel like people definitely push the narrative that the best thing, or the thank you for the sub, the best or most important thing a woman can do is like procreate and have a child. And it's like, how fucking rude of you to assume that that's all I want to do with my life. Why do you assume that that's the epitome of my purpose? Seems like there's way other many different things I'd like to do. And so it's like people are like, "Oh my God, how could you say that? How could you?" Go? Listen, we've been listening to it for literally decades, getting called spinsters and fucking lesbians and cat ladies just because we like decided not for me. Harassed and told we'll change our minds and ask when we're gonna have one. Like, fuck off. And then you don't want to hear us critique anything about y'all? No, I don't think so, breeders. Sit the fuck down. This is essentially all y'all's fault, right? Y'all wanted to have kids so damn bad. Now you got a formula shortage. Now you don't got eggs. Now you don't got this and that. Y'all still got this fucking ratty ass diaper system. Time to change. Time to go. Time to rethink things. But I've brainstormed this a lot, and I don't think there's an alternative to diapers, quite honestly and unfortunately. Um, but like it's a lot to sustain. Oh yeah, I'm sorry that's happening for you, Polaroid. It was great talking to you when we could. Mwah, love you very much. It's funny how, um, yes, 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 yes. Like, how dare you not want to spread your seed? And it's like, dude, you reap what you sow. I ain't spreading my seed to no one. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's so crazy. Am I grateful for life? Yes. Am I grateful for all the kids in my life? Yes. Do I think a lot of the parents I know are good parents? Yes, all of these things can be true while we simultaneously realize that a lot of our practices are unsustainable. And part of the reason is because we're so about newness and freshness, which is baby fever, which is instant gratification, which is 15-second reels, which is 2-day delivery, which is prepack, everything that we do. One time use. One time use plastic is a fucking, why did they commit to plastic? Who knows? It's something that wasn't decided for us but was given to us, but now we need to choose something else. What's the alternative? Don't know. We better talk about it. We better figure that out. We better discuss that before it's too late, because they're kind of telling us it is too late, right? They're telling us it's too late to turn back. It's too late to change the climate. It's too late to protect the ozone or to cool down the planet. And then it's all going to go down. But I kind of believe in a different sense of life in a certain way, where I think manifestations can be very powerful and very real and very much possible in different concepts of it. Probably just because the divine balance, you know? Probably just because, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why are we drinking water out of plastic bottles in the first place? We need to question that. And like, it's a bad habit. But like I said, we buy jugs because like as renters, you're not about to invest in the fucking shit, and it's not anyone's responsibility because like where we're at, they just are like there's lead in the water and no one does anything about it. It's just like, okay, yes, I'm gonna trust that there's no lead in this gallon of water, and it's like just not feasible for us to have a fucking dispenser that's like more than a gallon at a time. So it just sucks where it's like, what are you supposed to do? Replace the whole sink? No, not as a fucking renter, like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And neither is the landlord. So it's like, okay, what are you gonna do? You still have to play the game. Once again, at no point am I trying to say I am righteous or have this down to perfection or I'm perfect. I still do get Big B. Depending on when I have coupons, is depending on how often I get it. But I try to use my reusable cups and my reusable straws when I can. Nothing's going to be perfect, and you cannot make a drastic lifestyle change overnight and expect it to be long lasting. That's the thing. Our current way of life isn't sustainable, so we have to start sustaining one that is. And that is step by step progress, right? It's like making more home cooked meals. That's a great step rather than saying, I'm going to home cook every single one of my meals and burning out on it and not wanting to do it ever again and going back to your old routine. It's more about, I'm going to cook tonight. Fuck yeah. I'm not going to overdo it at the grocery store. I'm going to buy what I want to eat as a meal instead of buying in excess because I know myself and I know it's going to go bad, right? It's like these little choices that we have to make because a lot of that produce came on a fucking semi. And people who are living in places like deep in Canada, all my Canadian friends in here right now. Renting is totally a scam. Insurance is a scam. Credit scores are kind of a scam. Mine keeps going up, which I appreciate. But like, what is any of it? Yeah, it is getting really ridiculous. But again, this is the reality of we had unsustainable living. A lot of people chose to rent. It seemed cheaper at the time. Now none of us have money. And they're like, we have so much money that we are investing in so much property and making it so nice that we get to charge whatever we want for it. And we feel it's worth this. And you're like, I don't have that. And it's like, right, because you gave me all your money. Thanks for that, by the way. Bye. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. We lined their pockets and they lined up against us, basically shot us in the back, the head, whatever, right? See, now if they do it, they'll be like, damn, everyone will know it was authentic. God, wouldn't that be nuts? No, sorry, premenstrual dysphoria disorder. I'm 5 days out from my period and I am battling paranoid and or intrusive and or violent and or raging thoughts and feelings throughout the last this month about 12, 11 days. And the closer I get, the more like sad they become. So we're just not actually that paranoid usually. I just get these meh feelings from my hormones. And that's another thing is like women expected to be the clean, oriented, neat freaks when we're the ones who bleed for like days on end every month. And we're the ones who are supposed to be less horny and more capable of monogamy and more committed to our families when we literally go into heat for a 2 week period. Like, get the fuck out of here with your stupid boner. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear how it means more than my suffering or how you can minimize my experience by saying it can't be that bad because you don't have to do it. The fuck does that even mean it can't be that bad? It is that bad. It literally is that bad. It's not like I'm one person who decided, yeah, it's my period. It makes me so crazy. It's like hundreds of thousands of people all over the world collectively getting together and screaming about how this is some uncurable, untreatable, very random disease. And it is treatable, but it seems like nobody's found anything that lasts for more than a few months to a few years. So stop trying to minimize the experience just because it's not yours. Oh, my pre-rolls say that the no more time on the pre-rolls. I guess I'm gonna roll ads if the ads aren't already rolling, so I will be right back. I still do have that song stuck in my head, yo. Um, I don't know what you were asking. I think I said something in response to Esoteric Jezza. Cannot help but say your whole name every time I see it or want to refer to you. I love that. What was your sun sign? I'm sorry, I'm like 5 hours into the stream and I usually remember. And you just got here. Did you ever tell us? Jimmy, you never reminded me of yours either. Okay, so um come on, give it to me. I'll keep it in my heart. I'll make everybody so sick of that song by the time we get our fucking cover together. But if y'all are gonna learn this shit now, yes, thank you. Keep me on track. Oh, it's like the divine balance, right? It's supposed to be the whole thing is co-opted divine femme and divine masculine. And having the two together is just like being balanced and essentially non-binary or somehow fluid, right? Like some people are just whole. I feel like asexual people represent energies that just are complete without another person, right? And that's like the true balance, not necessarily to be gender non-conforming, but asexuality, where you seek little connection or little partnership. Like some people will still build romantic bonds that are just non-sexual. And I think that the divine energy is well beyond sex. But I feel like asexual people are a good example of someone who probably does essentially have an equal balance of masculine and feminine energies in the same way that someone who is non binary, who challenges the gender aspect of divine energy, might also be that way. You know, that's probably yes, if I fully understand that. So I think for most people, you have to think of what the masculine and feminine mean because sometimes it's like, okay, our elements, water and earth are the fem elements, and fire and air are the masculine elements, and so the signs accordingly, etc. But also, we do have what we're assigned at birth, and of course, there is three sexes. As much as people want to argue about gender, can we address the fact that there are three sexes because there's male, female, and intersex or hermaphrodite or whatever the term is these days, correct? Because I wouldn't really know. I think intersect is right, right? And if you don't know what that means, it's like instead of saying hermaphrodite, which is named after a goddess, which I think is cool, but it's not for me to decide. So we have to just accept that there's actually biologically three sex options assigned at birth. And so we need to understand that gender is starting with three and expanding from there, right? And sexuality expanding from there. So it's just like down to the wire of it. We have to just get back straight, right? And people are not even ready to address that. Oh, well, they're a freak of nature. No, they are a part of nature. Hello, welcome to Earth. You know, I don't know much about the Hermetic teachings. You don't want to be too susceptible to them, and maybe it's because you're supposed to see that your own masculinity needs healing, and the divine feminine comes to calling the divine masculine to rise, and the divine masculine shows the divine masculine what its shadow looks like. So lean into it and learn what you can from it. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I was meaning more in regards to society being up in arms about their gender situation and acting shocked. And it's like, well, first of all, you can't even separate sex and gender. And once you do separate it and you understand sex is what you're assigned at birth and you think of it as female or male, accept that there is a third option. Um, if you want to get into like sponges and stuff too, or anybody who performs what mitosis is technically asexual, if that's what you mean. I don't think it's your autism necessarily. I don't know if I could really answer how your autism would affect your spiritual journey, other than we assessed earlier that if I attract as many autistic people on my channel as they say, as y'all say I do, as we were discussing earlier, then maybe I too, with my way I am about everything. I don't know. Oh, hey, welcome back. It's so crazy. I'm still going, but honestly, it's weird. Who are these 10 people? Can't believe five of you are actually chatting with me. Um, I'm thinking about just staying up today. I feel like I got so much to do, but I'm excited to do it. And the thing about sleeping is sometimes it truly does slow me down. And I'm someone who loves to sleep. I rest when I need to, but sometimes you just got to stay in the creative zone and keep going. And then sometimes I nap. But something about today, I probably won't stream for too much longer because I'll have other stuff to do and I might want to rest. And it might just depend on what time I end it, how much energy I'll have to keep going. Um, but I know my period is coming, so I only have so many days where I can be physically um, productive in a sense because the bloating will begin and the water retention, and I get like butterfingers. It might even start happening today. So I have to work fast, and if I sleep, it takes me too long to fall asleep. It's a waste of my time, and it takes me too long to wake up. More waste of my time, and boom, 10 hours is gone, and I'm gonna stay up for at least 16 after that. So I might as well just not even try to sleep. And that's just sometimes how my days go. I also, I don't know. So I just feel like I'm never operating, behind a wheel of a vehicle. Like I'm good, you know? And if I did have to, I would take a nap, rest my eyes at least. Yeah, and I've always learned through music. Music is definitely one of my greatest tools for learning. I feel like if I didn't listen to Schoolhouse Rock growing up, I wouldn't be as smart as I am, besides the photographic memory stuff for sure. I think I have a pretty good self awareness, and like I've been, I don't know, it's pretty random, dude. It's like I had a schedule for like maybe 3 weeks, and then I said, I'm sorry, everyone, I can't do the schedule thing. But it's very weird hours where I try to start around 9 p.m. Pacific time. Uh, but lately it's been later than that. And then, like, I usually try to wrap it up by now. But right now, I'm like, who cares? Not to really go into detail or to be that way, but on on Twitch, the next step up as you like continue to grow once you're affiliated is to have 12 average viewers. So if I've got 10 people apparently watching this, even though only five of them are known to me right now, which is fine. I can appreciate that. I'm the only one who signs up to talk. I never expect people to chat. It just seems like how long can y'all lurk before you say something? And it's okay. It's okay. Maybe there's like six people I know on here. I don't know. And maybe a couple people fell asleep. I don't know. But if I'm gonna have the view count up there, I'm gonna need the view count up there. You know what I'm saying? So thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so that's where I'm at with it. And I also really want to plan a 24-hour stream. I don't know when, and I feel like I want to like really prep for it. And like I said, I'm too busy this week, but I have enough like crafting stuff to do and like digital work to do. I don't need sleep for that. That's it. I don't need sleep. I'm not about to go perform surgery on anybody. I'm not about to fucking operate a fucking vehicle or sit on a baby or anything like that. So I'm just chilling and gonna make art all day. I'm gonna fucking binge out since I stopped doing drugs. Bunch. What I was saying? That's exciting. What's exciting? I don't even know. Doing what? What? Oh, 24-hour streams? Is that a thing? You can go on my website and find my email on there. Or the contact page. You can fill out the form and I think it'll email me. Or if you're a member, you might even be able to message me. What if we made a message board for music shares? Hey, thanks for the follow, Cathran Carthranus. Carthranus. Hello. Just so you know, if you're new here, this pink box indicates the wide angle is more about the art of things and the philosophical. Thank you. Philosophical conversational aspect of tarot, etc. But I am not currently doing any tarot readings, nor do I have any tarot cards out. Future reference on my channel when we got the turquoise box up is when the tarot readings are happening. But I am 5.5 hours into my stream, so we're just chit chatting. This is a great time to ask me questions, though. as I don't always really remember or have a super strong point to prove in much of what I'm saying, as much as we're just going with the flow. Yeah, I mean, I the way that I do actually really enjoy doing this, and the way that people support me doing that blows my mind insane. I work hard for my money, even if they're like it's for love, you know. I was thinking of the song, but I do it for everything I do is for love. It's funny. Earlier, I said the greatest thing you'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return. Is I can't remember his name, Eden something, and then they use it in the musical that I love. What is going on here? Okay, so I said it right. Blah blah blah. I bet the lotto on it. Thank you. Unless you guys mean like bomb, that'd be bad, right? Not a threat. Not a threat. Um, Thanks. You fucking fuck, that'd be nice. Or I gotta give it up. It's been a while, but I noticed uh it's still really fucking early, but they like know people are awake and they're like getting loud. The cats. 'Cause they're pissed that they're not eating, but it's like, bro, people are not always gonna be up at this hour. You can't just be waking people up to get some food at this hour. It's a little early for your breakfast. They're just being dicks about it at this point. But it's kind of funny because they throw fits, man. Cats are so cute, so cute. Um, Thanks. I mean, my goal is always to get off the internet, but if I can make um, money being on the internet, that's what keeps us all on the internet. It's not what keeps us on the internet. A lot of people are on the internet just to consume, and I'm like, man, if I'm gonna be on here, I'm gonna definitely have streams where you can spend money and give it to me if you want to, and even get something for it most of the time. You know, like that's it just seems like a creative space. Yeah, yeah, I realize it's not everyone's MO, and I always feel like I'm competing with the whole world, but it's like, meh, only some. Not everyone really wants to do that and be in the rat race. Like I work all the time is what people don't realize. It's like I have downtime in between things that I'm doing because one, I often forget what I'm doing. Two, I'm often experiencing flashes or waves of pain or otherwise intense thoughts. Three, I got so much shit to do. Sometimes I get that whole kind of like can't do any of it vibe where you're like, shut down, which doesn't happen as much anymore. Before, hit the cash machine. I am the only person doing all the stuff I gotta do behind the scenes of all the things that I have going on. And it's a lot of work where like my days off or time off, yes, I dedicate it to my hobbies, but it is part of what I do for work. So even my hobbies have a purpose where even if it's not a side hustle or meant to make me money, everything I do is purposeful. And that's really like not how I got here, but that's why this is just as purposeful as anything in my life. And this I feel probably more passionate about than most of the things that I've done, you know? And don't think that Twitch alone is making my living. It's not at all. I'm surprised I've made any money on Twitch, which is really nice, but it's not even close. Like I said, I gotta keep passing these points, and that's why I'm like, fuck, and 5.5 hours in, but the view count counts, and I appreciate that there's 10 people, even if some of them are sleeping, even if some of them aren't listening, even if some of them are bot views, there's so many of you talking to me right now. I don't think y'all realize that I don't socialize as much as I am very friendly and I am pretty social. I've always liked to go out. I've always liked to go to shows. I've always liked to be in crowds. I always liked to go to parties, but I like to go places by myself most of the time. I've always liked the idea of having a friend group, but I've never really vibed with any of the friend groups I've been in, and I think it was just a long way of realizing like I that's just not who I am. And and when it comes down to it, it's probably because I had to do something like this. My life had to build me to be able to be in front of a camera on a screen. Whereas some people are like, I have to see other people's faces to be able to talk and know what to say. Where I get stage fright, bro. I can't even barely talk to 6 people at a time in real life. If I knew 6 people were looking at me and, like, listening to me talk, even if I'm telling a story, like, no, if there's more than 4 people, I'm out. I'm gonna sit on the sidelines and I'm gonna listen more and I'm gonna interject once in a while, but I'm not gonna take the floor and just talk like this. It's great. Like that concept is still ooh, so that's part of the reason I'm so good at this is like I still talk a lot. You can imagine spending one-on-one time with me is less fun than you think it is. Guarantee. At least there's fucking other people for me to talk to and the conversation, the topics constantly being changed. But when it's one-on-one time, I get why a lot of my friends don't watch my fucking channel, honestly. Sometimes I go through phases where I'm like sad about it and I'm like, they're just not into me or like what I like. And then sometimes it's like, man, if you had to listen to me talk one on one as much as I talk on the stream, well, in real life, like I don't think I'd be able to tune into the stream either. I can't rewatch this, you know? So like can't blame anyone. I'm like way less fun than you might imagine I am, I think. And probably twice as violent, but I try not to be. I work on that every single day of my life. Please stop testing. It's like, leave that bitch alone. Let sleeping bears lie. Bury that shit in your chest with the whole cavity. Leave it. What are you looking at? Cause I'm the mattress. We got on the mattress, not your fucking waitress. Rock a little black dress, baddest bitch, hottest mess. Goddesses, and if you ain't got nothing to say, grass. Okay. Yes. Thank you for looking. Sign up. Become a member. You don't even have to do anything except give me like an email and put your name so I know who the fuck you are. I'm not gonna approve your membership. And I feel like nobody is there's a few members now. There's probably like a dozen people. And thank you to anybody who did sign up. But it's funny because I'm like, oh, the member features is a forum, and the forum still has no posts. And I keep getting notifications that people post in it, but then I think they get maybe self conscious and delete them or something. And I wanted to be the first one to post in them so people felt more comfortable to do it. As I feel if I don't use it, other people are going to be like, do I use it? And it could be it seems confusing right now. But as mentioned, I have so much going on that every time I try to sit and write forum posts and blog posts and stuff, I'm like, I don't have time for this right now, but I will. So become a member now and watch it evolve. And you can say, I was there at the beginning and it'll be so cool. You're gonna love it. And right now it's free, so why not? There's plenty of stuff to spend your money on if you're already on my website and wanting to spend money. You can just straight up give it to me. But there's so much content that you can buy and make purchases for your own readings and stuff. But the membership, free. So sign up today, right now. Go for it. Freak out. Where are we at for our ad breaks, by the way? It's 10 minutes. I feel like at this point, I don't want to do the whole saturated hour thing because we're not doing tarot. We're just kind of talking. And I feel like it's better for me, or I'll be able to sustain a bit longer for anybody who's up. Look, didn't we just talk about how I needed the view count average to get up to 12 in order to keep ranking up as an affiliate? And that's why I stayed on the channel. Oh, and somebody laughed. They're like, screw you. But it is funny that it's like um, someone going back to like, I know that's what I'm saying. Somebody literally was feeling petty in that moment. We all called it. It's okay. But it's just funny how I said, "Well, I guess I'll stick around because, this is my reason," and then I'm seeing it happen in front of me or for me. It just is like, "Okay, cool." Um, it's been exponential growth on channel. It's been the only growth I've seen across the board. My Instagram accounts don't do that good. YouTube account was awful. My numbers stayed awful. I don't know if my lack of lives were doing it wrong, but it was like whatever. I had a Discord and I have a Discord, and I guess you could. I had the fucking desktop app, and I was like, fuck this. I couldn't turn the notifications off. It opened every time I turned my computer on. I was like, don't fuck with Discord. That's what my website is for. I'm I think I'm sick of all social media platforms. I'd love to be off Instagram and shit. That's what I'm saying. Discord pissed me the fuck off. It's too hard to use. It's too confusing. and it's very annoying software. So sign up for my website instead of my Discord. That's basically what I'm saying. Members get to participate in a forum, and there is one that is just in regards to anything illy nilly. So if you have any questions or want to post something or ask something, and there's also places to just chat about things and rabbit holes to dive down, among other things. So it is really new. And like I said, I have a lot of members and people who have been trying to post, but it's just been a slow start because I haven't given it the love it needs yet. But it's going to grow in shape and form before your very eyes. And as much as you think October, buddy, I think the new year is high time for my slight, luck looking up and the wheel of fortune a turning a bit. Not necessarily with Twitch, but just in general. And of course, should that happen, perhaps Twitch um, blooms or doesn't, depending on how much time on my hands, depending on what happens this spring. But I've got a lot going on, as will be revealed to you over the course of this week in regards to that. Yeah. But thank you for having faith in me too. I guess I was also trying to reiterate the point that, like, yeah, I've seen consistent growth on Twitch, and Twitch is kind of an awesome platform. It's one of the last social media stands that I actually enjoy, and it's not even really social media because it's streaming and because it's very different, because it's not really not necessarily an even exchange, but there's just so many different ways to use it. Um, but it's probably one of the better corners of the internet. And as much as people are like, oh, you say that now, but there's so many trolls, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I've encountered a lot of trolls. I've had to block a lot of people. I bullied off fucking streaming for a month straight. Like, I've seen some of the darker sides of Twitch. It's still better than most places on the fucking internet, And it's like, it's better than YouTube. It's better than Facebook. It's better than, it could be so many worse things. It's doing surprisingly well for itself, and it is super accommodating to the creators, I think, in comparison. That, and I'm not gonna lie, OnlyFans is kind of the same way. OnlyFans, everybody acts like they take so much money, but they take like 8%. It's just like not like, what do you think? Just because you don't get charged for your Venmo transactions, you think that these companies aren't taking a percentage? 8% is fucking low as fuck. Stay blessed. Like, what? It's literally not that much. Um, thanks. Remember to put something identifying in your name or I want to prove it. Somebody signed up with just an email address and I'm like, oh well, don't know who the fuck that is. Yeah, I like watching videos on YouTube, but as a creator, it sucks. It's like I don't even get the platform. I don't even understand the algorithm. I don't really see the pattern. It's like I don't really understand. Like I don't know. I don't know why it never worked for me on YouTube, but I think I'm just slightly enough too controversial for YouTube and didn't realize it. And I'm surprised that I'm not that way with Twitch. It's almost like I don't seem to mind at all. Instagram and Facebook will start fucking up if I say some shit on there. I'll start getting shadow banned and all sort of shit. But I've just seen like consistent growth with Twitch and on my Twitch channel and in myself having done it because it's the affirmations that I needed. The only validation that I require is from myself. Make sure that I can check in with me and say, am I happy doing this? Am I happy living my life? Am I happy to stay here and continue to be alive? Am I happy in this moment? And like that's all the validation I need in anything that I do. Do I like it? Am I okay with it? Am I confident in it? I like it. Okay, cool. All the validation I need. But it is nice to have outside affirmations because it's like, oh, well, not only do I like it, but other people like it too. And that's kind of cool. Thanks so much. That's rad. And some people are even willing to pay for it. And some people are going to tune in and do what they can if they can't pay for it. And some people are going to fucking lurk and watch for the rest of their fucking lives and never say anything to me until the day they die. And then probably regret it for the rest of their afterlife until they can be reborn and try to stalk me through decades and centuries and ages shall pass before they find me again because it'll be that long before they can evolve back. Oh, bro. Okay, that was a Chang moment, but it was like philosophical reincarnation style pettiness, Chang realness. I thought it was funny. I was being goofy. I might just go to bed today, y'all. I don't even know. I feel like if I had my fucking actual baby, I'd be about it. But it's a French press, and I don't want to make. Just eat some coffee grounds, as we all now know I love to do. Man, I just sometimes really do feel like gotta be because of an alien, right? Damn, finished my coffee. Um, I wish. Not quite yet for me. So how y'all doing? Oh my god, 100% chocolate covered espresso, dark chocolate covered espresso beans. God, give me. I didn't mean to act like a drug addict just now, but oh my god, I love it. But no, Source, I don't know if you were here for the part where I confessed to my love of eating used coffee and or espresso grounds. They have different textures and therefore different kind of satisfactory flavors. Where the espresso pads are better with hot coffee. I think we should discuss it. Fucking weird. Although put chocolate on a bean, sure. I also like to just eat the beans. I like to just go, oh my god, I love when I see a wall of like coffee where you bag it yourself and I'm just like just eating beans without chocolate. Um Timmy Hose. I know about that shit because I'm in Michigan. Um I know it's like a Canadian thing, so only half of the US has them, but I grew up eating Tim Hortons, though the last time I had it, I was not a fan, and it's something I definitely don't miss. No offense. I get it though. I feel like it used to be better, so I feel like a lot of them here probably just lessen their quality. Probably did something similar to what Lush did, where they had it based in one country and then they divide. The Americans are like, well, we're gonna cut corners if nobody's holding us accountable. Um, though I can't say that that's what actually happened. It seems like maybe some of their stuff is really good, but maybe I just overdid it. I don't know. I kind of wish I was making a Tim's run. Where are you from? They got Tim Hortons in fucking Arizona? Where you travel? They used to hit, like I said, like growing up, I ate so much Timmy Hortons. We call it Timmy Hoes. I didn't want to offend you. I was like, Timmy Hortons. Timmy Hoes, um, even into my 20s or whatever. But then, like, the last couple times, I was like, I just don't want it anymore. Oh, yeah, from Ohio. That answers it. Timians. It's funny. Timmy Hoes, because we about that life. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Kind of true, though. We some hoes up in here, okay? So, um, Greta Van Fleet, I'm not that familiar with their music. When you said that, I thought you meant the environmentalist chick. And I'm like, she's just a child. Stop putting the fucking fate of the world as her responsibility. Like, it's her fucking job to maintain these conversations with these fucking psychos. Like, she's a teenager. Lay off her. It's so weird. Um, but you're talking about the band. I don't really know their music, so. No comments. I hear mixed reviews about them, like they're really good, but they don't really stand out to people. Um, but other than that, I mean, they seem fine. Kind of a cool name, I guess. Yo, I love. I like I don't wanna say I like real macchiatos better, but I do I love caramel, but, like, I prefer, like, a regular macchiato where it's just 2 shots with a little bit of foam as a nice touch, and I don't really order stuff like that from Starbucks, but I like Starbucks coffee, and I like Starbucks espresso. I like how strong the flavor is, and I like how it seems kinda, like, so caffeinated. Um, or like their iced Americanos are good. Their iced coffee is good. Their hot coffee is good, but I don't really order hot coffee from coffee shops anymore because I feel like I typically make hot coffee at home and very rarely will make iced coffee. So I buy iced coffee. Even in the wintertime, I'm one of those people. If it's really cold, I'm not gonna go. But if I'm going, I'll get iced coffee. Um, so I can't I can't do the bullshit. To be honest, I think we're the opposite, where I'm like, the coffee's great, properly rated. All the other stuff, hate it. Cool. I have to approve all membership. Oh shit, I have to roll the pre-rolled ads. Are y'all just all sub to me so the ads aren't playing for you or what? I keep missing it. Be right back. No, honestly, I played them manually. That's why I was like, it's weird because they literally say, like, you have this many minutes until we do the automatic ad rolls if you don't play the ads. And then they give you time. Like, just now, I got us 29 minutes until the ads play again. And, like, I forget because I do the thing where I'm like, oh, I have an hour. And then I'm like, oh, shit, I didn't do that. I only have 30 minutes. Oh, shit. The timer will run out. And then, like, it doesn't auto roll the ads. So it's like, what are y'all talking about? um, does it does it auto roll ads or not? And then I get the feedback that people really appreciate that I do manually roll my ads. So obviously they do play, but I don't know what goes on with that. I don't know how much time you have until once the time expires, where once the hour starts. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. So but yeah, that time was me. Y'all, it's been 6 hours. I might call it. I feel like I kept this light so bright all night. It was not even a flattering look or anything. So 8 people. Appreciate all of you hanging on, whether you're awake, conscious, or not. I just feel like at this point, I think I'm gonna go be comfortable. Who knows? Maybe I'll take a snooze. Maybe I'll take a nap. Maybe I'll just go to bed. It's not that late. But I just feel like I don't know. I just don't feel a need to talk to anything else about anything else. I'm glad you found this too. You really have a vibe that stood out to me, and I appreciate you being here. Saw me right away was awesome. Digging the website, dig that, but the fact that I kept saying your whole handle was really stuck out to me. It was really powerful because I kind of make nicknames out of everybody's screen names, but yours was like, no, it's a title. So I don't know what it means to you, but it definitely has a lot of meaning to it. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank God I just played the ad so we don't do the whole thing where I like roll out with an ad and confuse everybody on whether or not I'm coming back. It's such a goofy thing. That's so funny because I literally made a joke. I'm about to wrap it up and go, and I said whether or not you're consciously listening. Is that like? Is it like? What was it? You said definitely. The way you said that, I'm like, you would not put me on the spot and just admit that right now. If it was like a, but the way you definitely dreamt about you, LMAO. Not sure how to take that. Was it an appropriate safe for the stream dream? You don't have to answer that question. Wait, no, of course it was. Come on. Nobody's a weirdo. Sorry. Oh God. No, I've dug us all a hole. I've dug a big hole for everybody to just jump on in. No. Anyway, you woke up to say goodnight and go back to sleep. We're about to wrap up the stream. It's been fun. It's been great. It's been real. I feel like we get to the real conspiracy hours, and then I'm like, man, I don't even care to talk about anything else after this. Just like the call to arms reminder at the end to store my social media sites and change our environmental practices per usual, and then wrap up and go to bed. So, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you so much for being here time and time again. If you didn't already know, Illuminati Miss Dex, I'm with the Dex. Go to my website, www.illymilly.com. If you want to know when I'm streaming, you can follow along at illymilly or at ilmissdex. I always make story announcements when I stream. So, yes, let me know. Um, what do you need to let me know? Let me know all of your thoughts by signing up to be a member on my website and write in the forums and tell me, what you want to share. That was my set. That's what I meant. All right. Good night, and the good luck is for me at this point because um, who knows how the day will go. Thanks so much. I love you all. Have really sweet dreams. Maybe we'll talk more about dreams next stream. All right. Get out of my house! Or whatever Kate Bush said.